Safe Enough, and Other Stories by Lee Child. Read by Richard Armitage.
Forward. In the early 1990s, I was 15 years into a career in TV production, but the winds of change were blowing, and I sensed the gravy train couldn't run forever. So what next? I hatched a vague, simmering plan to write novels, but mostly forgot about it, because day to day and month to month I was still very busy. Then eventually, like Hemingway said of bankruptcy, the end that had been at first approaching gradually became suddenly sudden. One day, I was a veteran director. The next day, I was unemployed. It was time to put the standby plan into action. I had taught myself to read at the age of 3 and graduated to books without pictures at the age of 4, and since then had read probably 10,000 long-form narrative works. I had 40,000 hours of television under my belt, both drama and documentary. I felt I had a decent working knowledge of popular entertainment, its rhythms and grammars, of what big audiences want, of why they react as they do, and why some things work for them and some don't. I was familiar with what we call the agented professions. I figured that the acquiring editors at publishing houses would be similar to the commissioning producers in TV. I understood promotion and publicity. Reading was always my first and best love, and I felt the mix of personal passion with wider entertainment experience would help me. I knew from hard lessons that precisely nothing in showbiz is guaranteed, but overall, I felt I had a reasonable chance of making it as a novelist, as good as anyone else, probably, and maybe better than some. I was prepared. I had looked ahead and thought hard. I felt I had it mostly figured out. I was ready to go. I had overlooked short stories completely. I knew what they were, obviously. I had read and enjoyed hundreds. The best of them struck me as small, intricate, perfectly formed items like Fabergé eggs. A couple have lived on in my memory for decades and no doubt will forever. But I had never thought of writing them. Instinctively, I didn't see the connection between long form and short form. I thought there wasn't one. I thought they were handled by totally different people. I wasn't aware that a genre author like me would be asked to try both. I finished my first novel and fed it into the machine, where happily it was accepted and slated for publication about 18 months in the future. I knew that if I wanted to publish a book a year, then I would have to write a book a year, so I spent that 18-month delay writing my second novel and most of the third. I was following advice from an old sports coach who told me, "You can't grow more talent, but you can make damn sure you work harder than the other guy." All 3 books came in at well over 100,000 words each, full of, I hoped, exciting and propulsive action and suspense, but also light and shade, with quiet scenes and minor diversions, all the things that make novels such spacious and accommodating canvases, delightful first to the author, and later, again I hoped, to the reader. My first novel came out in the spring of 1997. Jack Reacher was introduced to the world. He was greeted as a relative success, and the book was seen as the debut installment in what might possibly become a successful series. Those verdicts prompted 2 immediate results. First, a movie option from Hollywood, and second, a request for a short story. I was somewhat familiar with Hollywood. My old TV company had opened a movie arm and won 2 Oscars first time out, but I needed a crash course in the short story ecosystem. I was introduced to the world of anthologies. Some were straightforward attempts by publishers to make a minor profit. Some were retrospective best-of celebrations of recent writing, gathered from here and there and curated by specialists. Some were charity ventures aiming to use donated content to raise money for worthy causes. But most were fundraisers put together by writers' organizations, Mystery Writers of America, international thriller writers, and so on, who would pay their bills out of the royalty income such volumes would generate, they hoped. Naturally, that income would be greater.
The Bodyguard. Like everything else, the world of bodyguarding is split between the real and the phony. Phony bodyguards are just glorified drivers, big men in suits chosen for their size and shape and appearance, not paid very much, not very useful when push comes to shove. Real bodyguards are technicians, thinkers, trained men with experience. They can be small, as long as they can think and endure, as long as they can be useful when the time comes. I'm a real bodyguard. Or at least, I was. I was trained in one of those secret army regiments where close personal protection is part of the curriculum. I plied that trade among many others for a long time, all over the world. I am a medium-sized man, lean, fast, full of stamina. Not quite a marathon runner, but nothing like a weightlifter. I left the Army after 15 years of service and took jobs through an agency run by a friend. Most of the work was in South or Central America. Most of the engagements were short. I got into it right when the business was going crazy. Kidnapping for ransom was becoming a national sport in most of the South American nations. If you were rich or politically connected, you were automatically a target. I worked for British and American corporate clients. They had managers and executives in places like Panama and Brazil and Colombia. Those people were considered infinitely rich and infinitely connected. Rich because their employers were likely to bail them out, and those corporations were capitalized in the hundreds of billions. Connected because ultimately the Western governments would get involved. There was no greater sense of connection than a bad guy knowing he could sit in a jungle clearing somewhere and be heard in 10 Downing Street or the White House. But I never lost a client. I was a good technician, and I had good clients. All of them knew the stakes. They worked with me. They were biddable and obedient. They wanted to do their 2 years in the heat and get back alive to their head offices and their promotions. They kept their heads down, didn't go out at night, didn't really go anywhere except their offices and their job sites. All transport was at high speed in protected vehicles by varied routes and at unpredictable times. My clients never complained because they were working. They tended to accept a rough equivalent of military discipline. It was all relatively easy for a while. Then I went private. The money was better. The work was worse. I learned to stay away from people who wanted a bodyguard purely as a status symbol. There were plenty of those. They made me miserable because ultimately there wasn't much for me to do. Too many times I ended up running errands while my skills eroded. I learned to stay away from people who weren't in genuine need, too. London is a dangerous town and New York is worse, but nobody truly needs a bodyguard in either place. Again, not much to do. Boring and corrosive. I freely admit that my own risk addiction drove my decisions, including my decision to work for Anna. I'm still not allowed to mention her second name. It was in my contract, and my contract binds me until I die. I heard about the opening through a friend of a friend. I was flown to Paris for the interview. Anna turned out to be 22 years old, unbelievably pretty, dark, slender, mysterious. For a surprise, she conducted the interview herself. Mostly in a situation like that, the father handles things. Like hiring a bodyguard is the same kind of undertaking as buying a Mercedes convertible for a birthday present, or arranging writing lessons. But Anna was different. She was rich in her own right. She had an inheritance from a separate branch of the family. I think she was actually richer than our old man, who was plenty rich to start with. The mother was rich, too. Separate money, again. They were Brazilian. The father was a businessman and a politician. The mother was a local TV star. It was a triple whammy. Oceans of cash. Connections. Brazil. I should have walked away. But I didn't. I suppose I wanted the challenge. And Anna was captivating. Not that a close personal relationship would have been appropriate. She was a client, and I was close to twice her age. But from the first moments, I knew she would be fun to be around. The interview went well. She took my formal qualifications for granted. I have scars and medals and commendations. I had never lost a client. Anything else, she wouldn't have been talking to me, of course. She asked about my worldview, my opinions, my tastes, my preferences. She was interested in compatibility issues. Clearly, she had employed bodyguards before. She asked how much freedom I would give her. She said she did charity work in Brazil, human rights, poverty relief, the usual kind of thing. Hours and days of travel in the slums and the outlying jungle. I told her about my previous South American clients, the corporate guys, the oil men, the minerals people. I told her that the less they did, the safer they got. I described their normal day. Home, car, office, car, home. She said no to that. She said, "We need to find balance." Her native language was Portuguese, and her English was good but lightly accented. She sounded even better than she looked, which was spectacular. She wasn't one of those rich girls who dresses down. No ripped jeans for her. For the interview, she was wearing a pair of plain black pants and a white shirt. Both garments looked new, and I was sure both came from an exclusive Paris boutique. I said, "Pick a number. I can keep you 100% safe by keeping you here in your apartment 24/7. Or you can be 100% unsafe by walking around Rio on your own all day." 75% safe, she said. Then she shook her head. "No, 80. I knew what she was saying. She was scared, but she wanted a life. She was unrealistic. I said, 80% means you live Monday through Thursday and die on Friday. She went quiet. "You're a prime target," I said. "You're rich, your mom is rich, your dad is rich, and he's a politician. You'll be the best target in Brazil, and kidnapping is a messy business. It usually fails. It's usually the same thing as murder, just delayed by a little, sometimes delayed by not very much." She said nothing. "And it's sometimes very unpleasant," I said. "Panic, stress, desperation. You wouldn't be kept in a gilded cage. You'd be in a jungle hut with a bunch of thugs." "I don't want a gilded cage," she said. "And you'll be there." I knew what she was saying. She was 22 years old. "We'll do our best," I said. She hired me, there and then, paid me an advance on a very generous salary, and asked me to make a list of what I needed. Guns, clothes, cars. I didn't ask for anything. I thought I had what I needed. I thought I knew what I was doing. A week later, we were in Brazil. We flew first class all the way, Paris to London, London to Miami, Miami to Rio. My choice of route, indirect and unpredictable. 13 hours in the air, 5 in airport lounges. She was a pleasant companion and a cooperative client. I had a friend pick us up in Rio. Anna had budget to spare, so I decided to use a separate driver at all times. That way I would get more chance to concentrate. I used a Russian guy I had met in Mexico. He was the finest defensive driver I'd ever seen. Russians are great with cars. They have to be. Moscow was the only place worse than Rio for mayhem. Anna had her own apartment. I had been expecting a gated place in the suburbs, but she lived right in town. A good thing, in a way. One street entrance, a doorman, a concierge, plenty of eyes on visitors, even before the elevator bank. The apartment door was steel, and it had 3 locks and a TV entry phone. I like TV entry phones a lot better than peepholes. Peepholes are very bad ideas. A guy can wait in the corridor, and as soon as the lens goes dark, he can fire a large caliber handgun right through it, into your eye, into your brain, out the back of your skull, into your client if she happens to be standing behind you. So, a good situation. My Russian friend parked in the garage under the building, and we took the elevator straight up and got inside and locked all 3 locks and settled in. I had a room between Anna's and the door. I'm a light sleeper. All was well. All stayed well for less than 24 hours. Jet lag going west wakes you up early. We were both up at 7. Anna wanted breakfast out. Then she planned to go shopping. I hesitated. The first decision sets the tone, but I was her bodyguard, not her jailer. So I agreed. Breakfast and shopping. Breakfast was okay. We went to a hotel for a long, slow meal in the dining room. The place was full of bodyguards. Some were real, some were phony. Some were at separate tables, some were eating with their clients. I ate with Anna. Fruit, coffee, croissants. She ate more than I did. She was full of energy and raring to go. It all went wrong with the shopping. Later, I realized my Russian friend had sold me out, because usually the first day is the easiest. Who even knows you're in town? But my guy must have made a well-timed phone call. Anna and I came out of a store, and our car wasn't on the curb. Anna was carrying her own packages. I had made clear that she would, from the start. I'm a bodyguard, not a porter, and I need my hands free. I glanced left and saw nothing. I glanced right and saw 4 guys with guns. The guys were close to us, and the guns were small automatics, black, new, still dewy with oil. The guys were small, fast, wiry. The street was busy. Crowds behind me, crowds behind the 4 guys. Traffic on my left, the store doorway on my right. Certain collateral damage if I pulled out my own gun and started firing. Protracted handgun engagements always produce a lot of stray bullets. Innocent casualties would have been high. And I would have lost anyway. Winning 4-on-1 gun battles is strictly for the movies. My job was to keep Anna alive, even if it was just for another day or another hour. The guys moved in and took my gun and stripped Anna of her packages and pinned her arms. The white car pulled up on cue and we were forced inside. Anna first, then me. We were sandwiched on the back seat between 2 guys who shoved guns in our ribs. Another guy in the front seat twisted around and pointed another gun at us. The driver took off fast. Within a minute, we were into a deep tangle of side streets. I'd been wrong about the jungle hut. We were taken to an abandoned office building inside the city limits. It was built of brick and painted a dusty white. I'd been right about the thugs. The building teemed with them. There was a whole gang, at least 40 of them. They were dirty and uncouth, and most of them were leering openly at Anna. I hoped they weren't going to separate us. They separated us immediately. I was thrown in a cell that had once been an office. There was a heavy iron grill over the window and a big lock on the door. A bed and a bucket. That was all. The bed was a hospital cot made of metal tubes. The bucket was empty, but it hadn't been empty for long. It smelled. I was put in handcuffs with my arms pinned behind my back. My ankles were shackled and I was dumped on the floor. I was left alone for 3 hours. Then the nightmare started. The lock rattled and the door opened and a guy came in. He looked like the boss, tall, dark, a wide, unsmiling mouth full of gold teeth. He kicked me twice in the ribs and explained that this was a political kidnapping. Some financial gain was expected as a bonus, but the real aim was to use Anna as leverage against her politician father to get a government inquiry stopped. She was the ace up their sleeve. I was expendable. I would be killed within a few hours. Nothing personal, the guy said. Then he said I would be killed in a way that his men would find entertaining. They were bored, and he owed them a diversion. He was planning to let them decide the exact manner of my demise. Then I was left alone again. Much later, I learned that Anna was locked in a similar room 2 floors away. She was not in handcuffs or ankle shackles. She was free to move around as befitted her elevated status. Her furniture was basically the same as mine. An iron hospital bed but no bucket. She had a proper bathroom. And a table and a chair. She was going to be fed. She was valuable to them. And she was brave. As soon as the door locked, she started looking for a weapon. The chair was a possibility, or she could smash the bathroom sink and use a jagged shard of porcelain as a knife. But she wanted something better. She looked at the bed. It was bolted together from iron tubes, flattened and flanged at the ends. The mattress was a thin thing covered with striped ticking. She hauled it off and dumped it on the floor. The bed had a base of metal mesh, suspended between 2 long tubes. The long tubes had a single bolt through each end. If she could get one free, she would have a spear 6 feet 6 inches long. But the bed frame was painted and the bolts were jammed solid. She tried to turn them with her fingers, but it was hopeless. The room was hot. She had a sheen of sweat on her skin and her fingers just slipped. She put the mattress back and turned her attention to the table. The table had 4 legs and a veneered top about 3 feet square. Surrounding it was a short bracing skirt. Upside down, it would have looked like a very shallow box. The legs were bolted onto small angled metal braces that were fixed to the skirt. The bolts were cheap steel, a little brassy in color. The nuts were wing nuts. They could be turned easily by hand. She unfastened one leg and hid the nut in the bolt. Left the leg where it was, propped up and vertical. Then she sat on the bed and waited. After an hour, she heard footsteps in the corridor, heard the lock turn. A man stepped into the room, carrying a tray of food. He was young, presumably low man on the totem pole, confined to kitchen duties. He had a gun on his hip, a black automatic pistol, big and boxy and brand new. Anna stood up and said, "Put the tray on the bed. I think there's something wrong with the table." The young man lowered the tray on the mattress. Anna asked, "Where's my friend?" "What friend?" "My bodyguard." "In his room," the guy said. "But not for long. Pretty soon he'll be downstairs and we'll be having some fun with him." "What kind of fun?" "I'm not sure, but I'm sure it'll be something pretty imaginative." "A game?" "Not exactly. We're going to kill him." "Why?" "Because we don't need him." Anna said nothing. The boy said, "What's wrong with the table?" "One of the legs is loose." "Which one?" "This one," Anna said, and whipped the leg out. She swung it like a baseball bat and caught the guy square in the face with it. The edge of the corner hit him on the bridge of the nose and punched a shard of bone backwards into his brain pan. He was dead before he hit the floor. Anna took the gun off his hip and stepped over his body and walked to the door. The gun said Glock on the side. There was no safety mechanism on it. Anna hooked her finger around the trigger and stepped out into the corridor. Downstairs, the boy had said. She found a staircase and went down and kept on going. By that point, they had dragged me to a large ground-floor room, a conference hall, maybe, once upon a time. There were 39 people in it. There was a small raised stage with 2 chairs on it. The boss man was in one of them. They put me in the other. Then they all started discussing something in Portuguese, how to kill me, I presumed, how to maximize their entertainment. Halfway through, a door opened in the back of the room. Anna stepped in, swinging a large handgun from side to side in front of her. Reaction was immediate. 38 men pulled out weapons of their own and pointed them at her. But the boss man didn't. Instead, he yelled an urgent warning. I didn't speak his language, but I knew what he was saying. He was saying, "Don't shoot her. We need her alive. She's valuable to us." The 38 guys lowered their guns and watched as Anna moved through them. She reached the stage. The boss man smiled. "You've got 17 shells in that gun," he said. "There are 39 of us here. You can't shoot us all." Anna nodded. "I know," she said. Then she turned the gun on herself and pressed it into her chest. "But I can shoot myself." After that, it was easy. She made them unlock my cuffs and my chains. I took a gun from the nearest guy and we backed out of the room. And we got away with it. Not by threatening to shoot our pursuers, but by Anna threatening to shoot herself, with me backing her up. 5 minutes later, we were in a taxi. 30 minutes later, we were home. A day later, I quit the bodyguarding business because I took it as a sign. A guy who needs to be rescued by his client has no future, except as a phony. The greatest trick of all. I could have shot you in one ear and out the other from 1,000 yards. I could have brushed past you in a crowd and you wouldn't have known your throat was cut until you went to nod your head and it rolled away down the street without you. I was the guy you were worrying about when you locked your doors and posted your guards and walked upstairs to bed, only to find me already up there, before you, leaning on the dresser, just waiting in the dark. I was the guy who always found a way. I was the guy that couldn't be stopped. But that's over now, I guess. None of my stuff was original. I studied the best of the best long ago. I learned from all of them. A move here, a move there, all stitched together. All the tricks, including the greatest trick of all, which I learned from a man called Ryland. Back in the day, Ryland worked all over, but mainly where there was oil, or white powder, or money, or girls, or high-stakes card games. Then he got old, and he slowly withdrew. Eventually he found the matrimonial market. Maybe he invented it, although I doubt that. But certainly he refined it. He turned it into a business. He was in the right place at the right time, getting old and slowing down. Just when all those California lawyers made divorce into a lottery win. Just when guys all over the hemisphere started to get nervous about it. The theory was simple. A live wife goes to a lawyer, but a dead wife goes nowhere, except the cemetery. Problem solved. A dead wife attracts a certain level of attention from the police, of course, but Ryland moved in a world where a guy would be 1,000 times happier to get a call from a cop than a divorce lawyer. Cops would have to pussyfoot around the grief issue, and there was a general assumption that when it came to IQ, cops were not the sharpest chisels in the box, whereas lawyers were like razors. And of course, part of the appeal of a guy like Ryland was that evidence was going to be very thin on the ground. No question. A wife dead at Ryland's hands was generally considered to be a lottery win in reverse. He worked hard. Hit the microfilm and check it out. Check newspapers all over the States and Central and South America. Look at Europe, Germany, Italy, any place where there was substantial fortunes at stake. Look at how many women went missing. Look at how old they were and how long they'd been married. Then check the follow-up stories, the inside pages, the later paragraphs, and see how many hints there were about incipient marital strife. Check it out, and you'll see a pattern. The cops saw it too, of course, but Ryland was a ghost. He had survived oil and dope and money-lending and hookers and gambling. No way was he going to get brought down by greedy husbands and bored wives. He flourished, and I bet his name was 10 Keys. Mostly shit happens, but sometimes things fall in your lap, not often, but enough times to drop a rock on despair. But you can't start in with thoughts of redemption. That would be inappropriate. Such events are not about you. Things fall in your lap not because you're good, but because other people are bad and stupid. This guy walked into a bar. Safe enough. Wolf was a city boy. From birth, his world had been iron and concrete. First one city block, then two, then four, then eight. Trees had been visible only from the roof of his building, far away across the East River, as remote as legends. Until he was 28 years old, the only mown grass he'd ever seen was the outfield at Yankee Stadium. He was oblivious to the chlorine taste of city water, and to him the roar of traffic was the same thing as absolute tranquil silence. Now, he lived in the country. Anyone else would have called it the suburbs, but there were broad spaces between dwellings and no way of knowing what your neighbor was cooking other than getting invited to dinner, and there was insect life in the yards and wild deer and the possibility of mice in the basement, and drifts of leaves in the fall, and electricity came through wires slung on poles and water came from wells. To Wolf, that was the country. That was the wild frontier. That was the end of a long and winding road. The road had started winding 23 years earlier in a Bronx public elementary school. Back in those rudimentary days, a boy was marked early: hooligan, wastrel, artisan, genius. The label was slapped firmly in place, and it stuck forever. Wolf had been reasonably well behaved and had managed shop and arithmetic pretty well, so he was stuck in the artisan category and expected to grow up to be a plumber or an electrician or an air conditioning guy. He was expected to find a sponsor in the appropriate local and get admitted to an apprenticeship and then work for 45 years. Which is precisely how it turned out for Wolf. He went the electrician route and was 10 years into his allotted 45 when it happened. What happened was that the construction boom in the suburbs finally overwhelmed the indigenous supply of father and son electrical contractors. That was all they had up there. Small guys, family firms, one-truck operations, mom doing the invoices, same for the local roofers and plumbers and drywall people. Demand outran supply. But the developers had bucks to make and couldn't tolerate delay, so they swallowed their pride and sent flyers down to the city union halls, and followed them with minivans, pick up at 7 in the morning, back in time for dinner. They found it easy to compete on wages. City budgets were stalled. Wolf was not the first to sign up, but he wasn't the last. Every morning at 7 o'clock he would climb into a Dodge Caravan, full of stuff belonging to some suburban foreman's kids. A bunch of other city guys would climb in behind him. They would stay silent and morose through the 1-hour trip, but they watched out of the windows with a degree of curiosity. Some of them were turned out early, in a manicured town full of quarter-acre lots. Some of them stayed in until the trees thickened up and they hit the north of the county. Wolf was put to work on the last stop up the line. Anyone who had seen a little more geography than Wolf would have pegged the place correctly as mildly undulating terrain covered with 100-year-old second-grown forestation and a few glacial boulders, with some minor streams and some small ponds. Wolf thought it was the Rocky Mountains. To him it was unbelievably dramatic. Birds sang and chipmunks darted, and there was grey lichen on the rocks and tangled riots of vines everywhere. His work site was a stick-built wooden house going up on a 9-acre lot. Every conceivable thing was different from the city. There was raw mud under his feet. Power came in on a cable as thick as his wrist that was spliced off, another looping between two tarred poles on the shoulder of the road. The new feed was terminated at a meter and a breaker box screwed to the plyboard that was set up in the earth like a gravestone. It was a 200-amp supply. It ran underground in a gravel trench, the length of the future driveway, which is about as long as the Grand Concourse. Then it came out in the future basement, through a patched wound in the concrete foundation. Then it was Wolf's to deal with. He worked alone most of the time. Drywall crews were scarce. Nobody was slated to show up until he was finished. Then they would blitz the sheetrock job and move on. So Wolf was a small cog in a big dispersed machine. He was happy enough about that. It was easy work and pleasant. He liked the smell of the raw lumber. He liked the ease of drilling wooden studs with an auger instead of fighting through brick or concrete with a hammer. He liked the way he could stand up most of the time instead of crawling. He liked the fresh cleanliness of the site, better than poking around in piles of old rat shit. He grew to like the area, too. Every day he brought a bagged lunch from a deli at home. At first he ate in what was going to be the garage, sitting on a plank. Then he took to venturing out and sitting on a rock. Then he found a better rock, near a stream. Then he found a place across the stream with two rocks, one like a table and the other like a chair. Then he found a woman. She was walking through the woods, fast. Vines whipped her legs. He saw her, but she didn't see him. She was preoccupied, angry, or upset. She looked like a spirit of the countryside, a goddess of the forest. She was tall, she was straight. She had untamed straw blonde hair. She wore no makeup. She had what magazines call bone structure. She had blue eyes and pale, delicate hands. Later, from the foreman, Wolf learned that the lot he was working on had been her land. She had sold 9 of 30 acres for development. Wolf also learned that her marriage was in trouble. Local scuttlebutt said that her husband was an asshole. He was a Wall Street guy who commuted on Metro North. Never home, and when he was, he gave her a hard time. Story was he tried to stop her selling the 9 acres, but the land was hers. Story was they fought all the time, in that tight-ass half-concealed way that respectable people use. The husband had been heard to say, "I'll king kill you," to her. She was a little more buttoned up, but the story was she had said it right back. Suburban gossip was amazingly extensive. Where Wolf was from, he didn't need to gossip. You heard everything through the walls. They gave Wolf time and a half to work Saturdays and slipped in big bills to run phone lines and cable. Being a union man, he shouldn't have done it. But there were going to be modems in a media room and 5-bedroom phone extensions sharing 3 lines, plus fax, plus DSL options, so he took the money and did the work. He saw the woman most days. She didn't see him. He learned her routine. She had a green Volvo wagon, and he would see it pass the bottom of the new driveway when she went to the store. One day he saw it go and down tools and walked through the woods and stepped over the property line onto her land. Walked where she had walked. The trees were dense, but after about 20 yards, he came out on a broad lawn that led up to her house. The first time he stopped there, right on the edge. The second time, he went normal in every way. In 1954, the San Francisco Police Department was as good or as bad as any other large urban force in the nation, which is to say, it was mixed. It was part noble, part diligent, part grudgingly dutiful, part lazy and defensive, part absurdly corrupt and abusive and violent. In other words, normal in every way, including the extent of its resources. Now they seem pitifully few. Then they were all there was. Manual typewriters and carbon. The .50 solution. Most times I assess the client, and then the target, and only afterwards do I set the price. It's about common sense and variables. If the client is rich, I ask for more. If the target is tough, I ask for more. If there are major expenses involved, I ask for more. So if I'm working overseas on behalf of a billionaire against a guy in a remote hideout with a competent protection team on his side, I'm going to ask for maybe 100 times what I would want from some local chick looking to solve her marital problems in a quick and messy manner. Variables and common sense. But this time the negotiations started differently. The guy who came to see me was rich. That was clear. His wealth was poor deep. Not just his clothes, not just his car. This was a guy who had been rich forever. Maybe for generations. He was tall and gray and silvery and self-assured. He was a patrician. It was all right there, in the way he held himself, the way he spoke, the way he took charge. First thing he talked about was the choice of weapon. He said, "I hear you've used a Barrett Model 90 on more than one occasion." I said, "You hear right. You like that piece? It's a fine rifle. So you'll use it for me?" "I choose the weapon," I said. "Based on what?" "Need." "You'll need it." I asked, "Why? Long range?" "Maybe 200 yards." "I don't need a Barrett 90 for 200 yards. "It's what I want." "Will the target be wearing body armor?" "No." "Inside a vehicle?" "Open air." "Then I'll use a 308, or something European." "I want that 50 caliber shell." "A 308 or a NATO round will get him just as dead from 200 yards." "Maybe not." Looking at him, I was pretty sure this was a guy who had never fired a .50 Barrett in his life, or a .308 Remington, or an M16 or an FN, or an H&K, or any kind of rifle. He had probably never fired anything at all, except maybe a BB gun as a kid, and workers as an adult. I said, "The Barrett is an awkward weapon. It's 4 feet long and it doesn't break down. It weighs 22 pounds. It's got bipod legs, for Christ's sake. It's like an artillery piece, hard to conceal, and it's very loud. Maybe the loudest rifle in the history of the world." He said, "I like that 50 caliber shell." "I'll give you one," I said. "You can plate it with gold and put it on a chain and wear it around your neck." "I want you to use it." Then I started thinking maybe this guy was some kind of sadist. A caliber of .50 is a decimal fraction, just another way of saying half an inch. A lead bullet, a half-inch across, is a big thing. It weighs about 2 ounces, and any kind of decent load fires at close to 2,000 miles an hour. It could catch a supersonic jet fighter and bring it down. Public transportation. He said he wouldn't talk to me. I asked him why. He said because he was a cop, and I was a journalist. I said he sounded like a guy with something to hide. He said no, he had nothing to hide. "So talk to me," I said, and I knew he would. He scuffed around for a minute more, hands on top of the bar, drumming his fingers, moving a little on his stool. I knew him fairly well. He was edging out of the summer of his career and entering the autumn. His best years were behind him. He was in the valley facing a long 10 years before his pension. He liked winning, but losing didn't worry him too much. He was a realistic man, but he liked to be sure. What he hated was not really knowing whether he had won or lost. "From the top," I said. He shrugged, took a sip of his beer, and sighed, and blew fumes towards the mirror facing us. Then he started with the 911 call. The house, out beyond Chandler, south and east of the city. A long, low ranch, prosperous, walled in, the unlit pool, the darkness. The parents arriving home from a party, the silence, the busted window, the empty bed, the trail of blood through the hallway, the daughter's body, all ripped up, 14 years old, damaged in a way he still wasn't prepared to discuss. I said, "There were details that you withheld." He asked, "How do you know?" "You guys always do that, to evaluate the confessions." He nodded. I asked, "How many confessions did you get?" 108. All phony? Of course. What information did you withhold? I'm not going to tell you. Why not? You're not sure you got the right guy? He didn't answer. Keep going, I said. So he did. The scene was clearly fresh. The parents had got back maybe moments after the perpetrator had exited. Police response had been fast. The blood on the hallway carpet was still liquid, dark red, not black, against the kid's pale skin. The kid's pale skin was a problem from the start. They all knew it. They were in a position to act fast and heavy, so they were going to. And they knew it would be claimed later that the speed was all about the kid being white, not black or brown. It wasn't. It was a question of luck and timing. They got a fresh scene, and they got a couple of breaks. I nodded, like I accepted his view, which I did. I was a journalist, and I liked mischief as much as the next guy, but sometimes things were straightforward. Go on, I said. There were photographs of the kid all over the house. She was an only child. She was luminous and beautiful. She was stupefying, the way 14-year-old white Arizona girls often are. Go on, I said. The first break had been the weather. There had been torrential rain 2 days previously, and then the heat had come back with a vengeance. The rain had skimmed the street with sand and mud, and the heat had baked it to a film of dust, and the dust showed no tire tracks other than those from the parents' vehicle and the cop cars and the ambulance. Therefore, the perpetrator had arrived on foot and left on foot. There were clear marks in the dust. Sneakers, maybe size 10, fairly generic soles. The prints were photographed and emailed, and everyone was confident that in the fullness of time some database somewhere would match a brand and a style. But what was more important was that they had a suspect recently departed from a live scene on foot in a landscape where no one walked. So APBs and Be on the Lookouts were broadcast for a 2-mile radius. It was midnight, and more than 100 degrees, and pedestrians were going to be rare. It was simply too hot for walking, certainly too hot for running. Any kind of sustained physical activity would be close to a suicide attempt. Greater Phoenix was that kind of place, especially in the summer. 10 minutes passed, and no fugitives were found. Then they got their second break. The parents were reasonably lucid. In between all the bawling and screaming, they noticed their daughter's cell phone was missing. It had been her pride and joy, an Apple iPhone with an AT&T contract that gave her unlimited minutes, which she exploited to the max. Back then, iPhones were new and cool. The cops figured the perp had stolen it. They figured the kind of guy who had no car in Arizona would have been entranced by a small, shiny object like an iPhone. Or else, if he was some kind of big-time deviant, maybe he collected souvenirs. Maybe the cache of photographs of the kid's friends was exciting, or the text messages stored in the memory. Go on, I said. The third break was all about middle-class parents and 14-year-old daughters. The parents had signed up for a service whereby they could track the GPS chip in the iPhone on their home computer. Not cheap. They were the kind of people that wanted to know their kid was telling the truth when she said she was sleeping over at a girlfriend's house or riding with a buddy to the library. The cops got the password and logged on right there and then, and saw the phone moving slowly north, towards Tempe. Too fast for walking, too fast for running, too slow to be in a car. Bike? One of them said. Too hot, another answered. Plus no tire tracks in the driveway. The guy telling the story next to me on his stool had been the one who had understood. Bus, he said. The perp is on the bus. Greater Phoenix had a lot of buses. They were for workers paid too little to own cars. They shuttled folks around, especially early in the morning and late at night. The giant city would have ground to a halt without them. Meals would have gone unserved, pools uncleaned, Beds unmade, trash not collected. Immediately all the cops as one imagined a rough profile. A dark-skinned man, probably small, probably crazy, rocking on a seat as a bus headed north. Fiddling with the iPhone, checking the music library, looking at the pictures, maybe with the knife still in his pocket, although surely that was too much to ask. One cop stayed at the house and watched the screen and called the game like a sports announcer. All the APBs and the bolos were canceled, and every car screamed after the bus. It took 10 minutes to find it, 10 seconds to stop it. It was corralled in a ring of cars. Lights were flashing and popping, and cops were crouching behind hoods. Me and Mr. Rafferty. I can tell what kind of night it was by where I wake up. If I've been good, I'm in bed. If I've been bad, I'm on the sofa. Good or bad, you understand, only in the conventional sense of the words. The moral sense. The legal sense. I'm always good in terms of performance. Always careful. Always meticulous, always unbeatable. Let's be clear about that. But let's just say that some specific nighttime activities stress me more than others, tire me, waste me, leave me vulnerable to sudden collapse as soon as I step back into the sanctuary behind my own front door. This morning, I wake up on the hallway floor. My face is pressed down on the carpet. I can taste its fibers on my lips. I need a cigarette. I open one eye slowly and move my eyeball slowly left and right, up and down, looking for what I need. But before we go on, let's be clear. However haltingly you read these words, however generously you interpret the word slowly, however deep and 16 RPM and slow your voice, however much you try to get into it, you are certain to be racing, to be galloping insanely fast, to be moving close to the fucking speed of light compared to what is actually happening in terms of my ocular deployment. The part with the eyelid alone must have taken close to 5 minutes. The eyeball rotation, 4 points of the compass, at least 5 minutes each. A bad night. I am pretty sure I have a fresh pack of cigarettes on the low table in the living room. I concentrate hard in that direction. I see them. I'm disappointed. Not a fresh pack. An almost fresh pack. A pack, in fact, in the condition I like least. Recently unwrapped, the crisp little cardboard lid raised up, and one cigarette missing from the front row. I hate that, for 2 reasons. First, the pack looks violated, like a dear friend with a front tooth punched out. Ugly. And second, however hard I try to prevent it, the sight sends me spiraling back to grade school arithmetic. There are 20 cigarettes in a new pack, arranged in 3 rows, and 20 is not fucking divisible by 3. I see a pack like that, and instantly I am full of rage and paranoia. The tobacco companies are lying to me, which, of course, they would. They have an accomplished track record in that department. For 40 years I have been paying for 20, and all along they have been supplying me with 18. 18 is divisible by 3, as is 21. But are you seriously suggesting that tobacco companies would supply more than a person pays for? So I lie and pant. But again, let's be clear. The oldest, tiredest dog you ever saw sighs 100 million times faster than I was panting. We're talking glacial inhalations and exhalations. Whole species could spark and evolve and go extinct between each of my morning breaths. I had left cigarette butts at the scene, 2 of them, Camels, close to but not actually mired in the spreading pool of blood. Deliberately, of course. I know exactly how the game is played. I'm not new to this. The police need the illusion of progress, not actual progress necessarily. But they need something to tell reporters. They need smug smiles and video important things being carried away in small, opaque evidence bags. So I play along. It's in my interest to give them what they need. I give Mr. Rafferty things to smile about, and I'm absolutely sure he knows they're gifts. But they're useless. A cigarette smoked carefully in dry air retains almost no saliva. No DNA. No fingerprints either. The paper is wrong, and most of it burns anyway, at a temperature close to 2,000 degrees. So the gifts cost me nothing, and they give me the satisfaction of knowing I am playing my part in keeping the whole show on the road. I move the fingers of my right hand to make a claw, and start to scramble microscopically against the resistance of the rug. I have future events to plan. Getting to my knees, standing upright, stripping, showering, dressing again. A long agenda and many hours of work. No breakfast, of course. Long ago I decided that respect for minimum standards of propriety forbade eating after killing. I am hungry, make no mistake, but the promised cigarette will help with that, plus coffee. I will make a pot and drink it all, and compare its thin fluidity to blood. Blood is less viscous than people think, especially when generated in the kind of volume that my work produces. It splashes and splatters and runs and drains. It is spectacular. Which is the point. Obviously, Mr. Rafferty does not want to work cases that are mundane, or trivial, or merely sordid. Mr. Rafferty wants a large canvas, and a large canvas is what I give him. I push with my left palm and ease my shoulders an inch off the floor. The pressure is relieved from my cheek. I am sure the flesh will be red and stippled there. I am not young. My face is doughy and white. Tone has gone, but I can pass it off as razor burn or bourbon. I focus again on the almost fresh pack, 10 feet from me. Tantalizing, and for now as distant as the moon. But I will get there, trust me. I have no clear recollection of last night's events. The details are for Mr. Rafferty to discover. I sow, he reaps. It's a partnership. But lest you... Section 7A. Operational. The team first came together late one Tuesday evening in my apartment. There was none of the usual gradualism about the process. I had none of them, and then I had all of them. Their sudden appearance as a complete unit was certainly gratifying, but also unexpected, and therefore I was less immediately grateful than perhaps I could have been, or should have been, because I was immediately on guard for negative implications. Was I being ruled? Had they come with an established agenda? I had begun the process days before, in the normal way, which was to make tentative approaches to the key players, or at least to let it be known that I was in the market for certain types of key players. And normally the process would have continued over a number of weeks, in an accretional way. A commitment secured here, a second commitment there, with an accompanying daisy chain of personal recommendations and suggestions, followed by patient recruitment of specialist operators, until all was finally in place. But they all came at once. I was reluctant to let myself believe such an event was a response to my reputation. After all, my reputation has neither increased nor decreased in value for many years, and I never met a response like that before. Nor, I felt, could it be a response to my years of experience. The truth was, I had long ago transitioned to the status of an old hand, and generally I felt my appeal had been dulled by over-familiarity, which was why I looked the gift horse in the mouth. As I said, I was suspicious. But I observed that they seemed not to know one another, which was reassuring, and which removed my fears of a prior conspiracy against me, and they were certainly appropriately attentive to me. I got no feeling that I was to be a passenger on my own ship, but I remained suspicious nonetheless, which slowed things down, and I think I might have even offended them, a little, with my slightly tepid response. But better safe than sorry, which I felt was a sentiment I could rely on them to understand. My living room is not small. It was 2 rooms before I removed a wall, but even so it was somewhat crowded. I was on the sofa that gets the view, smoking, and they were facing me in a rough semicircle. 3 of them shoulder to shoulder on the sofa that faces mine, and the others on furniture brought in from other rooms, except for 2 men I'd never met before, who stood side by side close behind the others. They were both tall and solid and dark, and they were both looking at me with poor bloody infantry expressions on their faces, partly resigned and stoic, and partly appealing, as if they were pleading with me not to get them killed too soon. They were clearly foot soldiers, which obviously I needed, but they weren't the hapless, runty, conscripted kind. Indeed, how could they be? They had volunteered, like everyone else, and they were fine physical specimens, no doubt trained and deadly in all the ways I would need them to be. They wore suit coats of excellent quality in terms of cut and cloth, but rubbed and greasy where they were tight over the ledges of hard muscles. There were 2 women. They had dragged the counterstools in from the kitchen, and they were perched on them, behind and to the right of the 3 men on the sofa, a kind of mezzanine seating arrangement. I admit I was disappointed that there were only 2 of them. A mix of 2 women and 8 men was borderline unacceptable by the current standards of our trade, and I was reluctant to open myself to criticism that could have been avoided at the start. Not public criticism, of course. The public was generally almost completely unaware of what we did, but insider criticism, from the kind of professional gatekeepers who could influence future assignments. And I wasn't impressed by the way the women had positioned themselves slightly behind the men. I felt it spoke of the kind of subservience I would normally seek to avoid. They were very nice to look at, though, which delighted me at the time, but only reinforced my anticipation of later carping. Both wore skirts, neither one excessively short, but their perching on high stools showed me more thigh than I felt they intended. They were both wearing dark nylons, which I readily admit is my favorite mode of dress for shapely legs, and I was truly distracted for a moment. But then I persuaded myself, on a provisional basis only, always subject to confirmation, that they were serious professionals, and would indeed be seen as such, and so, for the time being, I let my worries go, and I moved on. The man on the right of the group had brought in the Ames lounge chair from the foyer, but not the ottoman. He was sitting in the chair, leaning back on its contour with his legs crossed at the knee, and he made an elegant impression. He was wearing a grey suit. I assumed from the start that he was my government liaison man, and I was proved right. I had worked with many similar men, and I felt I could take his habits and abilities on trust. Mistakes are made that way, of course, but I was confident I wasn't making one that night. The only thing that unsettled me was that he had positioned his chair an inch further away from the main group than was strictly necessary. As I said, my living room is not small, but neither is it infinitely spacious. That extra inch had been hard won. Clearly it spoke of a need or an attitude, and I was aware from the start that I should pay attention to it. My dining chairs are the tulip design by the Finnish designer Eero Saarinen. Both now flanked the sofa opposite me, and were occupied by men I assumed were my transport coordinator and my communications expert. Initially I paid little attention to the men because the chairs themselves had put me in a minor fugue. Saarinen had, of course, also designed the TWA Flight Center at John F. Kennedy Airport, or Idlewild as it was called at the time, which building had quite rightly become an icon and an absolute symbol of its era. It recalled the days when the simple word jet meant much more than merely a propulsive engine. Jet plane, jet set, jet travel, the new Boeing 707, impossibly fast and sleek, the glamour, the larger horizons, the bigger world. In my trade, we all know we are competing with the legends whose best work, while not necessarily performed in, was indisputably rooted in that never-to-be-repeated age. Periodically, I feel completely inadequate to the challenge, and indeed, for several minutes that particular evening, I felt like sending everyone away and giving up before I'd even started. But I reassured myself by reminding myself that the new world is challenging too, and that those old-timers might well run screaming if faced with the kind of things we have to deal with now, like male-to-female ratios, for instance, and their mutual interactions. So I stopped looking at the chairs and started looking at the men. And I found nothing to worry about. Frankly, transport is an easy job, merely a matter of budget, and I had no practical constraint on what I was about to spend. Communications get more complex every year, but generally a conscientious engineer can handle what is thrown at him. The popular myth that computers can be operated only by pierced youths whose keyboards are buried under old pizza boxes and skateboards is nonsense, of course. I have always used exactly what had arrived, a serious technician with a measured and cautious manner. On my left, on the sofa opposite me, was what I took to be our mole. I was both pleased with and worried by him. Pleased in the sense that it was obvious he had been born in-country, almost certainly in Tehran, or one of its closer suburbs. That was indisputable. His DNA was absolutely correct. I was sure it was absolutely authentic. It was what lay over his DNA that worried me. I was sure that when I investigated further, I would find he had left Iran at a young age and come to America, which generally makes for the best moles, unquestioned ethnic authenticity, and unquestioned loyalty to our side. But, and perhaps I am more sensitive to this issue than my colleagues, those formative years in America leave physical traces as well as mental. The vitamin-enriched cereals, the milk, the cheeseburgers, they make a difference. If, for instance, due to some bizarre circumstance, this young man had a twin brother who had been left behind, and I now compared them side by side, I had no doubt our mole would be at least an inch taller and 5 pounds heavier than his sibling. No big deal, he might say, in the vernacular, and I might agree. Except that the kind of inch and the kind of pound does matter. A big, self-confident, straight-backed American inch matters a great deal. 5 American pounds in the chest and the shoulders, not the gut, matter enormously. Whether I had time to make him lose the weight and correct the posture remained to be seen. If not, in my opinion, we would be going into action with a major source of uncertainty at the very heart of our operation. But then, when in our business, have we ever not? At the other end of the sofa opposite me was our trader. He was a little older than middle-aged, unshaven, a little fat, a little gray, dressed in a rumpled suit that was clearly the product of foreign tailoring. His shirt was creased and buttoned at the neck and worn without a tie. Like all traders, he would be motivated by either ideology or money or blackmail. I hoped it would prove to be money. I'm suspicious of ideology. Of course, it gives me a warm feeling when a man risks everything because he thinks my country is better than his. But such a conviction carries with it the smack of fanaticism, and fanaticism is inherently unstable, even readily changeable. In the white heat of a fanatic's mind, even an imagined slight of the most trivial kind can produce mulish results. Blackmail is inherently changeable, too. What is an embarrassment one day might not always be. Think back to those jet-set days. Homosexuality and honey-trap infidelities produce riches beyond measure. Would we get 1/10 of the response today? I think not. But money always works. Money is addictive. Recipients get a taste for it and they can't quit. Our boy's inside information would clearly be absolutely crucial. So I hoped he was bought and paid for. Otherwise, we would be adding a second layer of uncertainty into the mix. Not, as I said, that there isn't always uncertainty at the heart of what we do, but too much is too much. It's as simple as that. Between the mole and the traitor was the man clearly destined to lead the operation. He was what I would think we would all want in that position. Privately, I believed that a cross-referenced graph of the rise and fall of mental versus physical capabilities in men would show a clear composite peak around the age of 35. Previously, when I have had a choice, that is, I have worked with men not younger than that and not older than 40. I estimated that the man facing me fell neatly into that range. He was compact, neither light nor heavy, and clearly comfortable in his mind and body, and clearly comfortable with his range of competencies, like a major league second baseman perhaps. He knew what he was doing, and he could keep on doing it all day if he had to. He was not handsome, but not ugly either. Again, the athletic comparison was, I felt, apt. He said, "I'm guessing this is my show?" I said, "You're wrong. It's mine." I wasn't sure exactly how to characterize the way he had spoken. Was he a humble man pretending not to be? Or was he an arrogant man pretending to be humble, pretending not to be? Obviously, it was a question I needed to settle, so I didn't speak again. I just waited for his response. It came in the form of an initial physical gesture. He patted the air in front of him, right-handed, his wrist bent and his palm towards me. It was a motion clearly intended to calm me, but it was also a gesture of submission rooted in ancient habits. He was showing me he wasn't armed. "Of course," he said. I mirrored his gesture. I patted the air, wrist bent, palm open. I felt the repetition extended the meaning. I intended the gesture to say, "Okay, no harm, no foul, let's replay the point." It interested me that I was again unconsciously thinking in terms of sports metaphors, but this was a team after all. I said out loud, "You're the leader in the field. You're my eyes and ears. You have to be, really. I can't know what you don't know, but let's be clear. No independent action. You might be the eyes and the ears, but I'm the brain." I probably sounded too defensive, and unnecessarily so. Casting modesty aside, as one must from time to time, I was, after all, reasonably well known among a narrow slice of interested parties for my many successful operations in charge of a notably headstrong individual. I was competent in my role, no question. I should have trusted myself a little more, but it was late, and I was tired. The government liaison man rescued me. He said, "We need to talk about exactly what it is we're going to do," which surprised me for a moment. Why had I assembled a team before the mission was defined? But he was right. Beyond the fact that we would be going to Iran, and let's face it, today all of us go to Iran, no details had yet been settled. The traitor said, "It has to be about nuclear capability." One of the women said, "Of course. What else is there, really?" I noted that she had a charming voice, warm and a little intimate. In the back of my mind, I wondered if I could use her in a seduction role, or would that get me into even more trouble with the powers that be? The communications man said, "There's the issue of regional influence. Isn't that important? But hey, what do I know?" The government man said, "Their regional influence depends entirely on their nuclear threat." I let him talk like that for a spell. I was happy to listen and observe. I saw that the two bruisers at the back were getting bored. They had above my pay grade looks on their faces. One of them asked me, "Can we go? You know the kind of thing we can do. You can give us the details later. Would that be okay?" I nodded. It was fine with me. One of them looked back from the door with his earlier expression. "Don't get us killed too soon." The poor bloody infantry. Silently, I promised him not to. I liked him. The others were still deep in discussion. They were twisting and turning and addressing this point and that. The way the Ames chair was so low to the ground, it put the government man's face right next to the right-hand woman's legs. I envied him. But he wasn't impressed. He was more interested in filtering everything that was said through the narrow lens of his own concerns. At one point, he looked up at me and asked me directly, "How much State Department trouble do you want exactly?" Which wasn't as dumb a question as it sounded. It was an eternal truth that very little of substance could be achieved without upsetting the State Department to some degree. And we worked with liaison men for that very reason. They quelled the storm long enough to let us conclude whatever operation was then in play. I thought this question implied an offer. He would do what it took, which I thought was both generous and brave. I said, "Look, all of you, obviously I'll try to make the whole thing as smooth and trouble-free as possible, but we're all grown-ups, we know how it goes. I'll ask for the extra mile if I have to." Whereupon the transport coordinator asked a related but more mundane question. "How long are we signing up for?" 80 days, I said. 90, maximum. But you know how it is. We won't be in play every day. I want you all to map out a 6-month window. I think that's realistic. Which statement quietened things down a little. But in the end they all nodded and agreed, which, again, I thought was brave. To use another sports metaphor, they knew the rules of the game. An operation that lasted 6 months, overseas in hostile territory, was certain to produce casualties. I knew that, and they knew that. Some of them wouldn't be coming home. But none of them flinched. There was another hour or so of talk, and then another. I felt I got to know all of them as well as I needed to. They didn't leave until well into the morning. I called my editor as soon as they were through the door. She asked me how I was, which question from an editor really means, "What have you got for me?" I told her I was back on track with something pretty good, and that a 6-month deadline should see it through. She asked what it was, and I told her it was something that had come to me while I was stoned. I used the tone of voice I always use with her. It leaves her unsure whether I'm kidding or not, so she asked again. I said I had the characters down and that the plot would evolve as it went along. I ran, basically. As a private joke, I couched the whole thing in the kind of language we might see in the trade reviews, if we got any. I said it wouldn't transcend the genre, but it would be a solid example of its type. Addicted to sweetness. The man calling himself Socrates said to the man in shackles, "White powder has always made money." The shackles were nothing more than regular handcuffs, 4 pairs, latched separately to the guy's wrists and ankles, with the empty ends locked into an iron loop set in the floor. As a result, the guy was squatting, like a fakir, in a pool of liquid, half on his ass and half on his feet, with his knees up and his arms pulled down between them. His head was raised and his hair was wet and plastered to his skull. He was trying to keep the conversation going, obviously. He said, "Always?" "Well, okay. Not always," Socrates said. "Not during the Stone Age, maybe, or the Bronze Age, or the Iron Age. The Middle Ages, I'm not sure either, but certainly for the last 300 years. The man in the shackles said, "Sugar." "Yeah," Socrates said, pleased with the response. He was Brazilian by nationality, but ethnically he had all kinds of blood in him. Mayan, Aztec, Carib, some Spanish, some Portuguese, and a long strain of West African from slaves on the island of Antigua. He said, "In the West Indies, sugarcane was grown on every square inch of available land. There was insatiable demand from Europe. Huge fortunes were made. Hard work, though, for those involved." The man in the shackles said, "Slavery." "Exactly," Socrates said. "Hoeing, planting, weeding, and harvesting was backbreaking. Boiling and crystallizing was skilled, but it was all done by slaves. The man in the shackles was white, an American, so he said, "Sorry." Socrates said, "Not your fault. In the West Indies, the owners were British." The room the two men were in was the ground-floor living room of a suburban house, unoccupied as of an hour ago. The residents had been told to take a long walk, and Socrates had overseen the iron bolt being screwed into the floor, and then his men had taken a long walk too, but not before bringing in 5 gallons of gasoline in a can. The guy in the shackles was soaked in it. The liquid that had plastered his hair to his skull was gasoline, and the pool he was sitting in was gasoline. Less than a gallon so far, but a little goes a long way. Socrates said, "The plantation owners had 1 field worker for every 2 acres, plus skilled laborer for after the harvest, plus domestic staff. As a result, they were heavily outnumbered, 20 to 1 at times, and they were mistreating their people very badly, working them too hard in the sun and abusing them in their houses, especially the females. They had their way with the pretty ones and worked the ugly ones relentlessly." The man in the shackles said, "Uprisings?" "Yes," Socrates said. "They lived in a permanent state of fear. Quite rightly, I might add. They deserved to. They were always listening out for plots against them, which were few and far between, actually, but they happened." The man in the shackles didn't speak. Socrates was walking slow circles around the gasoline pool, clockwise, declaiming, enjoying himself, like he imagined his ancient namesake had in the marketplaces of old Athens. He said, "What do you suppose they did when they discovered a planned move against them?" The man in the shackles said, "Examples?" "Exactly," Socrates said. "They made examples of the ringleaders. They had 2 favorite methods. Do you know what they were?" "No." "The first was breaking on the wheel. Do you know what that was?" The man in the shackles did know, but he wanted to keep the conversation going, obviously, so he said, "No." Socrates said, "A man would be stood upright and tied by his wrists and his ankles to a large wagon wheel. Then a fellow slave would be made to break all his bones with a heavy iron bar, all of them, but slowly and in sequence, possibly an arm first, and then the opposite leg, and so on. The victim would be reduced to a bag of jelly, just hanging there with no effective skeletal support. The agony must have been terrible." The man in the shackles said, "Yeah." Socrates said, "The second method was to burn them alive. They would be tied to a stake, and a bonfire would be built around them." The man in the shackles said nothing. "The power of example," Socrates said. "Very effective. There was trouble, but surprisingly little of it, given that for a long time an overwhelming majority was suffering hideous torment." The man in the shackles said, "Bad." Socrates smiled. "But there were enormous profits to safeguard. Then as now, white powder and insatiable demand, incalculable wealth, something that had never been seen before. Should I burn you alive?" The man in the shackles said, "No." "But you stole from me." "No." $500,000 is missing." "Mistake." "Sloppy bookkeeping?" "Yeah." "Crystallizing the sugar was an art. The cane was crushed in the mills, and the juice was drained and boiled, and the molasses was skimmed off, and the resulting pure liquid was dried in the sun, and lime was added, and the powder just appeared. That is, if everything was done right. If it wasn't, Then money was lost, and the skilled man was beaten severely, often flogged, even though he was a skilled worker, and even though the process was difficult and his mistake might have been entirely innocent. Sometimes the victim had a limb cut off, usually a leg. Sometimes he was castrated. The man in the shackles said nothing. Socrates said, "It was about the power of example." The man in the shackles shifted his weight and said, "Pocket change." "Whose?" Socrates asked, interested. "The plantation owners or mine?" "Either one." "True," Socrates said. "One hogshead of sugar didn't amount to much, a tiny percentage really, almost invisible, just like a bag of cash is to me." "Well then." "But the big owners had hundreds of slaves. Suppose they all slacked off, just a tiny percentage each. A hogshead here, a hogshead there, weeds in the fields, crops planted too late to get the rain. Then what?" The man in the shackles didn't answer. Socrates said, "I have more than hundreds of associates. I have thousands, ultimately. Suppose they all made small mistakes." "Can't help it. I try hard." "I'm sure you do. But what if all of you were as sloppy?" "It was a small amount." "As was a single hogshead of sugar." "That's my point. And it was a genuine mistake." "So you want me to show mercy?" "Please." "But then, what about the power of example?" "It was a mistake. That's all." Socrates stepped over to the corner of the room and picked up the gas can. It was made of red metal, and it had an angled spout. The liquid inside sloshed and moved and exhaled vapor, and made keening sounds as tiny waves broke against the inside walls. Socrates hefted it high and stepped back to the shackled man and tipped it like a teapot, and drizzled a thin stream over the man's head. The man moved, and the stream bathed the hollows above his collarbones and his neck and his back. The man gasped, like the gas was very cold, or like he was very afraid, or both. Socrates kept it going for a full 30 seconds, the best part of another gallon. Then he returned the can to the corner of the room and started walking circles again. He said, "It was my money, not yours." The man in the shackles said, "I apologize." "For what?" "For the mistake." "Do you think an apology is enough?" "Yes." "Convince me." The man in the shackles took a deep breath, fully aware that what came next would be crucial. He said, "Any process has inefficiencies at the edges. With the sugar, you know, some of it must have got spilled. Some of the liquid must have leaked. It's inevitable. You can't drive yourself crazy looking for perfection." "Now you're worried about my spiritual welfare." "I'm just saying, there are going to be losses and mistakes. You can't worry about all of them." "I don't," Socrates said. "Not all of them. Because you're right. 100% perfection is impossible. Therefore, I set realistic targets." "Then we're okay." "No," Socrates said. "We're not okay. Because you exceeded the target. 300 grand, maybe 4. That's within the margin. But you took 5. That's outside the margin." "But you've got billions. You're a very rich man." "Actually, I'm an unbelievably rich man." "So a mistake about $500,000 is like losing a dime under the sofa cushion." Socrates took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took a cigarette from the pack, and put it between his lips. He held his lighter in his hand. It was a plastic bic, shaped like a cylinder, disposable, nothing fancy. He didn't spark it up. He just played with it, rotating it fast between his fingers, like a tiny twirling baton. He said, "One assumes that psychologically sugar is important to the human organism in small quantities, but that those small quantities were extremely hard to find in nature, so that the craving had to be correspondingly huge and permanent. That's what those old British plantation owners found, anyway. They sold all the sugar they could produce. Demand didn't fall away, even after people were getting enough. They became addicted to the sweetness." The man in the shackle smiled, trying to be a pal. He said, "People are addicted to what we sell, too." Socrates said, "No, they're addicted to what I sell. There is no we anymore. An hour from now, you won't even be a memory." The man in the shackles didn't reply. Socrates said, "My point is that those old primeval nutritional urges seem to have hardwired us for addiction. For 1,000,000 years we were compelled to seek things out, and we can't stop now. We can't just flip a switch, after all of evolutionary history." "But that's good for us. For our business, I mean." "Generally," Socrates said. "But specifically it's bad for you. Because people get addicted to being rich too. I mean, look at me. I had to work very hard in the past. That's like my own evolutionary history. I can't just flip a switch now." "But you are rich. You'll always be rich." "So should I stop now? Is that what you're saying? Does a person stop eating cookies because he's had enough sugar for the day? No. He keeps on reaching for that packet until they're all gone." "It was a small amount." "My small amount." "You've got enough." "I need more." "Because you're forgetting something else. Being rich doesn't mean anything unless other people are poor." "You need me to be poor?" "I like the comparison. It makes me feel better." "I thought this was about the power of example." "Well, that too." And at that point the man in the shackles just gave up and waited. Socrates sensed the surrender. Entertainment was over. He stepped back to the corner of the room and picked up the can of gas. He poured more over the guy's head while the guy bucked and struggled and cried. Then he trailed a wet line all the way to the door. He held the can upside down to chase out the last drops. He put the can on the floor and crossed the hallway and opened the front door. His guys were back from their walk. They were waiting in the cars. There was a breeze outside, enough to make a draft inside, enough to stir the gasoline vapors and spread the smell. The wind was blowing parallel with the front of the building, creating a slight Venturi effect, sucking air out of the house in the same way a spray gun sucks paint out of a reservoir. Socrates figured the whole house would burn, but he didn't care. It wasn't his. He clicked his lighter. It didn't work. The serrated wheel spun free and then jammed. The flint had broken, and the fragment had seized up the mechanism. He dropped the lighter and pulled his gun. He aimed at the floor from a foot away, right at the wet line. He figured the muzzle flash would do the trick, or, failing that, the heat of the bullet itself. The breeze gusted. The vapor stirred. He pulled the trigger, and the air itself seemed to catch fire all around him, blue flames dancing and curling and twisting, connecting to nothing, then connected to his clothes, to his hair, to his skin. He stood up slowly, moving, turning, ablaze, stamping a meaningless circle inside an envelope of fire. The breeze fed the flames and pulled more vapor out of the house, which fed the fire even more. Socrates made it out of the door and 2 steps towards his car, and then he went down heavily on his front, and the wind caught the door and slammed it shut behind him. The guy in the shackles heard the screaming, and then he heard cars driving away, and after that he heard nothing, until an hour later the occupants of the house got back. They didn't call the cops. No one thought that was a good idea. They called the shackled man's friends instead, and 4 of them arrived another hour later with bolt cutters. Then all 5 men left, stepping over the blackened lump on the driveway. The Bone-Headed League. For once, the FBI did the right thing. It sent the Anglophile to England, to London, more specifically, for a 3-year posting at the embassy in Grosvenor Square. Pleasures there were extensive and duties there were light. Most agents ran background checks on visa applicants and would-be immigrants and kept their ears to the ground on international matters. But I liaised with London's Metropolitan Police when American nationals were involved in local crimes, either as victims or witnesses, or as perpetrators. I loved every minute of it, as I knew I would. I love that kind of work. I love London. I love the British way of life. I love the theatre, the culture, the pubs, the pastimes, the people, the buildings, the Thames, the fog, the rain, even the soccer. I was expecting it to be all good, and it was all good. Until I had spent a damp Wednesday morning in February, helping out as I often did by rubber-stamping immigration paperwork. And then I was saved by a call from a sergeant at Scotland Yard, asking on behalf of his inspector that I attend a crime scene north of Wigmore Street and south of Regent's Park. On the 200 block of Baker Street, more specifically, which was enough to send a little jolt through my Anglophile heart, because every Anglophile knows that Sherlock Holmes' fictional address was 221B Baker Street. It was quite possible I would be working right underneath the great detective's fictional window. And I was, as well as underneath many other windows, because the Met's crime scenes are always fantastically elaborate. We have CSI on television, where they solve everything in 43 minutes with DNA, and the Met has scene of crime officers who spend 43 minutes closing roads and diverting pedestrians, before spending 43 minutes shrugging themselves into Tyvek bodysuits and Tyvek booties and Tyvek hoods, before spending 43 minutes stringing keep-out tape between lampposts and fence railings, before spending 43 minutes erecting white tents and shrouds over anything of interest whatsoever. The result was that I found a passable imitation of a traveling circus already in situ when I got there. There was a cordon, of course, several layers deep, and I got through them all by showing my Department of Justice credentials and by mentioning the inspector's name, which was Bradley Rose. I found the man himself stumping around on the damp sidewalk some yards south of the largest white tent. He was a short man but substantial, with no tie and snappy eyeglasses and a shaved head. He was an old-fashioned London thief-taker, softly spoken but at the same time impatient with bullshit, which his own department provided in exasperating quantity. He jerked his thumb at the tent and said, "Dead men." I nodded. Obviously I wasn't surprised. Not even the Met uses tents and Tyvek for purse snatching. He jerked his thumb again and said, "American." I nodded again. I knew Rose was quite capable of working that out from dentistry or clothing or shoes or hairstyle or body shape, but equally I knew he would not have involved me officially without some more definitive indicator. And as if answering the unasked question, he pulled 2 plastic evidence bags from his pocket. One contained an open-out blue U.S. passport, and the other contained a white business card. He handed both bags to me and jerked his thumb again and said, "From his pockets." I knew better than to touch the evidence itself. I turned the bags this way and that and examined both items through the plastic. The passport photograph showed a sullen man, pale of skin with hooded eyes that looked both evasive and challenging. I glanced up and Rose said, "It's probably him. The boat matches the photo near enough." "Boat," was a contraction of boat race, which was Cockney rhyming slang for face. Apples and pears, stairs, trouble and strife, wife, plates of meat, feet, and so on. I asked, "What killed him?" "No, I found other ribs," Rose said. The name on the passport was Ezekiel Hopkins. Rose said, "Did you ever hear of a name like that before?" "Hopkins?" I said. "No, Ezekiel." I looked up at the windows above me and said, "Yeah, I did." The place of birth was recorded as Pennsylvania, USA. I gave the bagged passport back to Rose and looked at the business card. It was impossible to be certain without handling it, but it seemed to be a cheap item. Thin stock, no texture, plain print, no embossing. It was the kind of thing anyone can order online for a few pounds a thousand. The legend said Hopkins, Ross, and Spaulding, as if there were some kind of partnership of that name. There was no indication of what business they were supposed to be in. There was a phone number on the card, with a 610 area code, Eastern Pennsylvania, but not Philly. The address on the card said simply Lebanon, PA. East of Harrisburg, as I recalled. Correct for the 610 code. I had never been there. "Did you call the number?" I asked. "That's your job," Rose said. "No one will answer," I said. "A buck gets 10, it's phony." Rose gave me a long look and took out his phone. He said, "It better be phony. I don't have an international calling plan. If someone answers in America, it'll cost me an arm and a leg." He pressed 001, then 610, then the next 7 digits. From 6 feet away, I heard the triumphant little phone company triplet that announced a number that didn't work. Rose clicked off and gave me the look again. "How did you know?" he asked. I said, "Omni ignotum pro magnifico." "What's that?" "Latin." "For what?" "Everything unexplained seems magnificent. In other words, a good magician doesn't reveal his tricks." "You're a magician now?" "I'm an FBI special agent," I said. I looked up at the windows again. Rose followed my gaze and said, "Yeah, I know, Sherlock Holmes lived there." "No, he didn't," I said. "He didn't exist. He was made up. So were these buildings. In Arthur Conan Doyle's day, Baker Street only went up to about number 80, or 100 perhaps. The rest of it was a country road. Marylebone was a separate little village a mile away." "I was born in Brixton," Rose said. "I wouldn't know anything about that." "Conan Doyle made up the number 221, I said. "Like movies and TV make up the phone numbers you see on the screen, and the license plates on the cars, so they don't cause trouble for real people." "What's your point?" "I'm not sure," I said. "But you're going to have to let me have the passport. When you're done with it, I mean. Because it's probably phony, too." "What's going on here?" "Where do you live?" "Hammersmith," he said. "Does Hammersmith have a library?" "Probably." "Go borrow a book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The second story. It's called The Red-Headed League. Read it tonight. I'll come see you in the morning." Visiting Scotland Yard is always a pleasure. It's a slice of history. It's a slice of the future, too. Scotland Yard is a very modern place these days. Plenty of information technology. Plenty of people using it. I found Rose in his office, which was nothing more than an open space defended by furniture. Like a kid's fort. He said, "I got the book, but I haven't read it yet. I'm going to read it now." He pointed to a fat paperback volume on the desk. So to give him time, I took Ezekiel Hopkins' passport back to the embassy and had it tested. It was a fake, but very good, except for some blunders so obvious they had to be deliberate, like taunts or provocations. I got back to Scotland Yard and Rose said, "I read the story." "And?" "All those names were in it. Ezekiel Hopkins and Ross and Spaulding. and Lebanon, Pennsylvania, too. And Sherlock Holmes said the same Latin you did. He was an educated man, apparently. And what was the story about? Decoy, Rose said. A ruse was developed whereby a certain Mr. Wilson was regularly decoyed away from his legitimate place of business for a predictable period of time, so that an ongoing illegal task of some sensitivity could be accomplished in his absence. Very good, I said. What does the story tell us? Nothing, Rose said. Nothing at all. No one was decoying me away from my legitimate place of business. That was my legitimate place of business. I'll go wherever dead people go. And if they were trying to decoy me away, they wouldn't leave clues beforehand, would they? They wouldn't spell it out for me in advance. I mean, what would be the point of that? There might be a point, I said. What kind? I asked. If this was just some foreigner stabbed to death on Baker Street, what would you do next? Not very much, to be honest. Exactly. Just one of those things. But now, what are you going to do next? I'm going to find out who's yanking my chain. First step, I'm going back on scene to make sure we didn't miss any other clues. Quod erat demonstrandum, I said. What's that? Latin. For what? They're decoying you out. They've succeeded in what they set out to do. Decoying me out from what? I don't do anything important in the office. He insisted on going. We headed back to Baker Street. The tents were still there. The tape was still fluttering. We found no more clues, so we studied the context instead, physically, looking for the kind of serious crimes that could occur if law enforcement was distracted. We didn't find anything. That part of Baker Street had the official Sherlock Holmes Museum and the waxworks and a bunch of stores of no real consequence and a few banks, but the banks were all bust anyway. Blowing one up would be doing it a considerable favor. Then Rose wanted a book that explained the various Sherlock Holmes references in greater detail, so I took him to the British Library in Bloomsbury. He spent an hour with an annotated compendium. He got sidetracked by the geographic errors Conan Doyle had made. He started to think the story he had read could be approached obliquely if it were written in code. Altogether, we spent the rest of the week on it, the Wednesday, the Thursday, and the Friday, easily 30 hours. We got nowhere. We made no progress. But nothing happened. None of Rose's other cases unraveled and London's crime did not spike. There were no consequences, none at all. So as the weeks passed, both Rose and I forgot all about the matter, and Rose never thought about it again, as far as I know. I did, of course, because 3 months later it became clear that it was I who had been decoyed. My interest had been piqued, and I had spent 30 hours doing fun Anglophile things. They knew that would happen, naturally. They had planned well. They knew I would be called out to the dead American, and they knew how to stage the kind of things that would set me off, like the Energizer Bunny. 3 days, 30 hours, out of the building, unable to offer help with the rubber stamping, not there to notice them paying for their kids' college educations by rubber stamping visas that should have been rejected instantly. Which is how 4 particular individuals made it to the States, and which is why 300 people died in Denver, and which is why I, unable in the cold light of day to prove my naive innocence, sit alone in Leavenworth in Kansas, where by chance one of the few books the prison allows is The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I heard a romantic story. It was while I was waiting to kill a guy. And not just a guy, by the way. They were calling this guy a prince, and I guess he was. A lot of those guys over there are princes. Not just 1 or 2 a country. Families have princes, all kinds of families. They have princes of their own. There are hundreds of them. They have so many that some of them are 25-year-old assholes. That kind of prince. And he was the target. This young asshole. He was going to show up in a large Mercedes sedan. He was going to get out of the back seat and walk about 10 steps to the porch of the house. The porch was supposed to be like they have at a Marriott hotel, but smaller. Where you get out of the shuttle bus. Only they made it too small for cars. I guess it was supposed to keep the sun off people, maybe animals. Because, by the way, this was India. It was the middle of the day and everything was scorching hot and too bright to look at. But this guy was going to walk to this porch. And the porch was kind of walled in, partly. And as soon as I was sure he was moving at a consistent pace, I had to time it right so that I actually pushed the button first. And then he got to the walled part of the porch second, and of course, the wall was where the bomb was. So it was just a button job. Easy enough for one guy to do. Except, of course, they sent two guys. But then they always do. No guy's ever alone. You go to the movies and you see the guy all on his own. Obviously, he's not all on his own because there's a cameraman right in his face. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing him. There would be no movie. That's a minimum of two guys right there. And that's how it was for us. Two guys. If I was a sniper, you'd have to call this other guy the spotter. Except I wasn't a sniper. This was a button job. I didn't need a spotter. But he was there. Probably a CIA guy. He was talking to me. It was like he had to validate the hit and give his permission. Maybe they didn't want any radio snuffles. So they put the guy right next to me, right in my ear. And presumably he knows this Mercedes sedan is some distance away, and therefore some time away, and therefore his validation was not going to be required until some future period. And we could see the road anyway. Certainly we could see the last 100 yards of it. After the turn. And we'd have seen dust clouds miles away. And we weren't seeing any, which gave this guy time to talk. And he talked about how we'd got as far as we had with this prince. He laid the whole thing out. He told me how it was done, basically, which was not complicated, by the way. It was just a number of fairly simple things. They all had to work together, and we'd get a positive result. And obviously one of the strands was the old thing with the girl, and that part was working fine, which is what this other guy was telling me, because he seemed to be in charge of the whole girl part of the program. He was the chief. He sent the girl, which was obviously a matter of selection. It's about judging the task and sending the right girl, which this guy did. I don't think there was a lack of self-confidence in his choice. The problem was the best girl for the job, in his professional judgment, was also the same girl he was in love with, which obviously placed him in a predicament. He had to send the girl he loved into battle. And not a battle with guns and bombs. The weapons his girlfriend were going to use were considerably more personal. It was that sort of game. And the guy knew it, obviously. He was the chief. I'm not saying he invented it, by the way. I'm saying he was currently the world's leading exponent. He was the big dog. It's not a question of second-guessing the guy. He did the right thing. He was a professional. He put his country first. The girl went, and did a fine job, obviously. Within 2 weeks, the guy was heading to this house in his Mercedes. That's diligence right there. 2 weeks is a pretty short time. To get a positive result in 2 weeks is extraordinary. Positive in the sense that I still had to push the button. I was a strand, too. I was the final strand. All I had to do was push the button. If the guy showed up. Which he did, because of this other guy's girlfriend. She must have done all sorts of things. The guy knew that. This is what these girls do, but he's kind of denying it. That's what he's saying to me. He's making it different for her. Maybe she didn't do all these things, or maybe she did. The guy didn't make it entirely clear to me. But if she did, it was because she was doing it for the mission, of which he was the chief. She knew he knew it was mission critical, so she did it. She delivered the guy, and I'm waiting to push my button, which is on a cell phone, by the way. Cell phones are what we use now. They built a whole network just for us to blow things up. Private capital. Providers who take complaints. With radios, you couldn't complain. If something went wrong, you shrugged your shoulders and you tried again the next day. But if some guy gets his call dropped, he complains. He complains real loud. Maybe it was some big deal he was doing. So the cell companies keep things working. The only drawback being the time lag. You dial a call. It's a long time before it rings. There are all kinds of towers and computers in the way, all kinds of technical management. The delay can be 8 whole seconds, which was why it was all about timing. I had to judge his pace, so I could push the button 8 whole seconds before he got where he was going, after he arrived in the car, which wasn't happening yet, which gave the guy time to talk, which he did, mostly about this girl. She was living with him. Obviously not for the 2 weeks she was with the prince, which was the point of the whole conversation, which was actually a monologue on his part in that he was attempting to convince me he was okay with it, and that she was okay with him being okay with it. It was a minefield. But allegedly, both of them were okay with it. This is what the guy was trying to persuade me about, while we waited, which turned out to be for an hour, by the way. For 1 hour. We were in position 1 hour early, which proves the guy planned to use the time talking because he was the one who drew up the schedule and he was the one who was doing the talking. About this girl. This girl was an angel, which I was prepared to believe. This was a hard guy to tolerate. But he told me all the stuff they did together, and I couldn't help but believe they had several happy years behind them. They weren't doing new relationship stuff anymore, but they weren't doing old relationship stuff yet either. They were doing normal things. Happy, maybe still a little experimental. Same as some people do for a long time. I was convinced. It was a convincing description. At the time, I was sure it was true. Which it was, obviously. Eventually, a lot of people saw it for themselves. But it was possible to see it way back. I believed the guy. He sent the girl to the prince. They've both had a great time the weekend before. They're cool with it. He's okay with it, and she's okay with everything. So they do it. Monday morning, off she goes. And that should be it. He's the chief. She's a girl in the field. There should be no contact between them. None at all. Organizationally, she's lost to him now. She's gone. She might not be coming back because some of them don't. There have been fatalities. Hence the protocols. No personal involvement. Which they've been faking so far. But now they're going to have to do it for real. Except they don't. They sneak visits. Which is a huge, off-the-charts no-no professionally. It's going to screw everything up forever. It's a double whammy. She's no longer deniable, and his cover is blown. But they did it. And not just once. They met 5 times in 2 weeks. 5 out of 14. That's a pretty decent fraction. Not far from 1/2. Which is a long time to be away. Her performance was miraculous. She got the job done in 2 weeks, half of which was spent back with her original boyfriend. Who was telling me all about these visits? Which was another breach of discipline right there. I mean, what was I? He should have asked for ID, but he didn't. Which means he thought I was just some dumb guy who didn't matter. Which was ironic because I was just the same as him. In fact, I was exactly the same as him. I was a government operator too. His equal in every way. Except I didn't have a girl. He was the one with a girl. And he was visiting her. The first time, she was fine. She'd only just met the prince. They were still in the formal stages. The second time, not so much. They'd moved beyond the formal stages. 24 lousy hours and the prince was already doing stuff. That was totally clear. But we're talking national security here. The best kind. You blow someone up in India, you save a lot of problems later. Maybe you save the world. Obviously, people like this guy and his girl have to believe this stuff. Or maybe they already believe this stuff before they join. Maybe that's why they seek out those jobs. Because they believe certain things. They believe there is something bigger than themselves. That's why the girl goes back to the prince even after that second visit. We can guess what she's doing because she's in a bad state when the third visit rolls around. The prince is not hitting her. This is not a physical problem. The prince might not be doing anything at all. He could be totally naive and inexperienced. He could be undemanding. There was a range of possibilities. But she had to supply his needs in a very submissive manner. Whatever they were. She had to smile and curtsy like she was the happiest girl in the world, which is a strain, psychologically. She was not having a good time. But she went back. She was determined to complete the mission. That's the kind of person she was. Which put the chief in a permanent circular argument, of course. He couldn't stop the girl he loved because if he couldn't, he wouldn't have loved her. She would have insisted she go. He would have insisted she go. National security is a very important thing. These people believe that. They have to. So she went. And she kept on going back. She seemed stronger at the fourth visit. Better still at the fifth. She was in control now. She was doing it. She was like the boxer who just won the belt. Sure, he hurts, but not much. She was like that. She was going to deliver him. She was the undisputed champion of the world. She was nearly done. She was coming home. Except maybe that boxer's hurting worse than he lets on. Maybe she was. Maybe she's tired, but she's close. So she fakes it with you. She's okay to go back, so she goes back. But part of faking was exaggerating. She's going to deliver him, but it's not going to be easy. Not like she's making out. She's going to have to offer incentives, which she hasn't mentioned to you, because she is exaggerating. She's telling you it's better than it is. She's in control, but not all the way. And she conceals it so you don't know. And then you see the dust cloud miles away and you wait. And then the Mercedes comes around the turn, the last 100 yards. It's an expensive car, but dusty. And it parks right where it should, and the guy gets out of the back seat. And like a prick, he leaves the door wide open behind him and just walks away, like he's the king of the world. And I'm already timing him. He's doing that kind of fit guy hustle, which is actually slower than it looks, but I'm on it. And I know exactly when I'm going to push the button. Then the girl bounds out of the car behind him, like she had dropped her pocketbook or something, and was delayed for a moment, which is exactly what I think she did, because she's doing a kind of apologetic thing with the body language, a kind of, I'm an idiot look. And then she catches up to the prince, and she takes his arm in a kind of affectionate way, almost an excited way, to be truthful. And you realize she got him there by promising him something special. In one of the rooms, perhaps. Maybe something he's never done before. They're giggling like schoolkids. They're bounding ahead. They're right there at the point where you have to hit the button. And by now the validation process is seriously screwed up. We're just babbling to each other. But we know one thing. National security is very important. It's bigger than either of us. We believe that stuff. I have to. So I hit the button. My timing was good. No reason why it wouldn't be. I had no lack of self-confidence in my estimate of speed and direction. 8 seconds. They were perfectly level with the wall when it went up. Both of them. And that was the end of the romantic story. My first drug trial. Was it smart to smoke a bowl before heading to court? Probably not. The charge was possession of a major quantity, and first impressions count, and a courtroom is a theater with all eyes on just two main characters. The judge, obviously, but mostly the accused. So was it smart? Probably not. But what choice did I have? Obviously, I had smoked a bowl the night before. A big bowl, to be honest. Because I was nervous. I wouldn't have slept without it. Not that I have tried to sleep without it, even one night in 20 years. So that hit was routine. I slept the sleep of the deeply stoned and woke up feeling normal. And looking and acting normal, I'm sure. At breakfast, my wife made no adverse comment, except, "You some Visine, honey?" But it was said with no real concern, like advice about which tie to choose, which I was happy to have. It was a big day for me, obviously. So I shaved and dripped the drops into my eyes, and then I showered, which on that day I found especially symbolic, even transformational. I felt like I was hosing a waxy residue that only I could see out of my hair and off my skin. It sluiced away down the drain and left me feeling fresh and clean. A new man again. An innocent man. I stood in the warm stream for an extra minute, and for the millionth time half decided to quit. Grass is not addictive, no physical component, all within my power. And I knew I should. That feeling lasted until I had finished combing my hair. The light in my bathroom looked cold and dull. The plain, old day bore down on me. Problem is, when you've stayed at the Ritz, you don't want to go back to the Holiday Inn. I had an hour to spare. Courts never start early. I had set the time aside to review some issues. You can't expect lawyers to spot everything. A man has to take responsibility. So I went to my study. There was a pipe on the desk. It was mostly blackened, but there were some unburned crumbs. I opened the first file. They had given me copies of everything, of course. All the discovery materials, all the pleadings and the depositions and the witnesses. I was familiar with the facts, naturally. And objectively, they didn't look good. Any blow-dried TV analyst would sit there and say, "Things don't look good here for the accused." But there were possibilities. Somewhere. There had to be. How many things go exactly to plan? The unburned crumbs were fat and round. There was a lighter in the drawer. I knew that. A yellow plastic thing from a gas station. I couldn't concentrate, not properly. Not in the way I needed to. I needed that special elevated state I knew so well. And it was within easy reach. Irresponsible. To be high in my first drug trial. Irresponsible to prepare while I was feeling less than my best. Right? I held the crumbs in with my pinky fingernail and knocked some ash out around it. I thumbed the lighter. The smoke tasted dry and stale. I held it in and waited and waited, and then the buzz was there, just microscopically. I felt the tiny thrills in my chest first, near my lungs. I felt each cell in my body flutter and swell. I felt the light brighten, and I felt my head clear. Unburned crumbs. Nothing should be wasted. That would be criminal. The blow-dried analysts would say the weakness in the prosecution's case was the lab report on the substances seized. But weakness was a relative word. They would be expecting a conviction. They would say the weakness in the defense's case was all of it. No point in reading more. It was a railroad, straight and true. Nothing to do for the balance of the morning hour. I put the pipe back on the desk. There were paper clips in the drawer. Behind me on a shelf was a china jar, marked stash. My brother had bought it for me. Irony, I suppose. In it was a baggie full of Long Island grass, grown from seeds out of Amsterdam. in an abandoned potato field close enough to a bunch of Hampton's mansions to deter police helicopters. Rich guys don't like noise, unless they're making it. I took a paperclip from the drawer and unbent it, and used it to clean the bowl. Just housekeeping at that point, like loading the dishwasher. You have to keep on top of the small tasks. I made a tiny conical heap of ash and carbon on a tissue. Then I balled up the tissue and dropped it in the trash basket. I blew through the pipe hard, like a pygmy warrior in the jungle. Final powdered fragments came out and floated and settled. Clean. Ready to go. For later, of course, because right then, those old unburned crumbs were doing their job. I was an inch off the ground, feeling pretty good. For the moment. In an hour, I would be sliding back to earth. Good timing. I would be clear of eye and straight of back, ready for whatever the day threw at me. But it was going to be a long day, no doubt about that. A long, hard, pressured, unaided, uncompensated day. And there was nothing I could do about it. Not even I was dumb enough to show up at a possession trial with a baggie in my pocket. Not that there was anywhere to smoke anymore. Not in a public facility. All part of the collapse of society. No goodwill, no convenience, no joy. I swiveled my chair and scooted towards the shelf with the jar, just for a look, like a promise to myself that the Ritz would be waiting for me after the day in the Holiday Inn. I took off the lid and pulled out the baggie and shook it, uncrumpled. Dull green, shading brown, dry and slightly crisp, ready for instantaneous combustion. A harsh taste that way, in my experience, but faster delivery, and time was going to count. I decided to load the pipe there and then, so it would be ready for later. No delay. In the door, sparked the lighter. Relief. Timing was everything. I crumbled the bud, and packed the bowl and tamped it down. I put it on the desk and licked my fingers. Timing was everything. Granted, I shouldn't be high in court, understood. Although, how would people tell? I wasn't going to have much of a role. Not on the first day, anyway. They would all look at me from time to time, but that was all. But it was better to play it safe. Agreed. But it was the gap I was worried about. The unburned crumbs were going to give it up long before I arrived downtown, which was inefficient. Who wants 20 more minutes of misery than strictly necessary? I picked up the lighter. No one in the world knows more than I do how a good bud burns. The flame licks over the top layer, and it browns and blackens, and you breathe right in and hold. And the bud goes out again, and you hold some more, and you breathe out, and the hit is there. And you've still got 90% left in the bowl, untouched, just lightly seasoned. Maybe 95%. Hardly like smoking at all, just one pass with the lighter, merely a gesture. And without that gesture, 20 more minutes of misery than strictly necessary. What's a man supposed to do? I sparked the lighter. I made the pass. I held the smoke deep inside, harsh and hot and comforting. My wife came in. Jesus, she said, today of all days? So it was her fault, really. I breathed out too soon. I didn't get the full value. I said, no big deal. You're an addict. It's not addictive. Emotionally, she said, psychologically. Which was a woman thing, I supposed. A man has a stone in his shoe, he takes it out, right? Who walks around all day with a stone in his shoe? I said, nothing's going to happen for an hour or so. She said, you can't afford to fall asleep. You can't afford to look all spacey. You understand that, right? Please tell me you understand that. It was nothing, I said. There will be consequences, she said. We're doing well right now. We can't afford to lose it all. I agree, we're doing well. We've always done well, so don't worry. Today of all days, she said again. It was nothing, I said again. I held out the pipe. Take a look. She took a look. Exactly as predicted. The top layer a little burned, the rest untouched, but lightly seasoned. 95% still there. A breath of fresh air, hardly like smoking at all. She said, No more, okay? Which I absolutely would have adhered to, except she had made me waste the first precious moment. And I wanted to time it right, that was all. No more and no less. I wanted to be ready when the fat guy in the uniform called out, All rise, but not before. No point in being ready before. No point at all. My wife spent a hard minute looking at me. Then she left the room again. The car service was due in about 20 minutes. The ride downtown would take another 20, plus another 20 milling around before we all got down to business. Total of an hour. The aborted breath would have seen me through. I was sure of that. So one more would replace it. Maybe a slightly smaller version, to account for the brief passage of time, or maybe a slightly larger version to compensate for the brief upset. I'd been knocked off my stride. Ritual is important, and interference can be disproportionately destructive. I sparked up again. The yellow lighter. A yellow flame, hot and pure and steady. Problem is, the second pass burns better, as if those lower seasoned layers are ready and waiting. They know their fate, and they're instantly ready to cooperate. Smoke came up in a cloud, and I had to breathe in hard to capture all of it. And second time around, the bud doesn't extinguish quite so fast. It keeps on smoldering, so a second breath is necessary. Waste not, want not. Then a third breath. By which time, I knew I was right. I was getting through the morning just fine. I had saved the day. No danger of getting sleepy. I wasn't going to look spacey. I was bright, alert, buzzing, seeing things for what they were, open to everything, magical. I took a fourth breath, which involved the lighter again. The smoke was gray and thick and instantly satisfying. I could feel the roots of my hair growing, the follicles were thrashing with microscopic activity. I could hear my neighbors getting ready for work. Stark and absolute clarity everywhere. My spine felt like steel, warm and straight and unbending, with brain commands rushing up and down its mysterious tubular interior, fast, precise, logical, targeted. I was functioning. Functioning just fine. A fourth hit, and a fifth. There was a lot of weed in the bowl. I had packed it pretty tight. A homecoming treat, remember? That had been the intention. Not really a wake and bake. But it was there. So I smoked it. I felt good in the car. How could I not? I was ready to beat the world, and capable of it. The traffic seemed to get out of the way and all the lights were green. Whatever it takes, baby. A guy should always max himself up to the peak of his capabilities. He shortchanges himself any other way. He owes himself and the world his best face, and how he gets it is his own business. They took me in through a private door, because the public lobby was a zoo. My heels tapped on the tile, fast and rhythmic and authoritative. I was standing straight and my shoulders were back. They made me wait in a room. I could hear the crowd through the door. A low, tense buzz. They were all waiting for my entrance. Hundreds of eyes waiting to move my way. Time, someone said. I pushed the door into the well of the court. I saw the lawyers and the spectators in the jury pool. I saw the defendant at his table. The fat guy in the uniform called out, "All rise." Wet with rain. Great Victoria Street. Births and deaths are in the public record. Census returns and rent rolls and old mortgages are searchable, as are citizenship applications, from all the other English-speaking countries. There are all kinds of ancestry sites on the web. These were the factors in our favor. Against us was a historical truth. The street had been built in the 1960s, 50 years ago more or less, within living memory. Most of the original residents had died off, but they had families who must have visited, and who might remember. Children and grandchildren, recipients of lore and legend, and therefore possibly a problem. But overall, we counted ourselves lucky. The first owners of the house in question were long dead and had left no children. The husband had surviving siblings, but they had all gone to either Australia or Canada. The wife had a living sister, still in the neighborhood, but she was over 80 years old and considered unreliable. Since the original pair, the house had had 5 owners, most of them in the later years. We felt we had enough distance, so we went with the third variant of the second plan. Harold Carter came with me. Harold Carter II, technically. His father had the same name, from southeastern Missouri. His father's mother had wanted to name her firstborn Harold, but she had no more than a third-grade education and couldn't spell except phonetically. So Harold it was, phonetically. The old lady never knew it was weird. We all called her grandson Harry, which might not have pleased her. Harry did the paperwork, which was easy enough because we made it all Xeroxes of Xeroxes, which hides a lot of sins. I opened an account at a Washington, D.C. bank in the name of the society, and I put $500,000 into it, and we got credit cards and a checkbook. Then we rehearsed. We prepped it like a political debate. The same conversation over and over again, down all the possible highways and byways. We identified weak spots, though we had no choice but to barrel through. We figured audacity would stop them thinking straight. We flew first to London, then to Dublin in the south, and then we made the connection to Belfast on tickets that cost less than cups of coffee back home. We took a cab to the Europa Hotel, which is where we figured people like us would stay. We arranged a car with a concierge, then we laid up and slept. We figured mid-morning the next day should be 0 hour. The car was a crisp Mercedes, and the driver showed no real reluctance about the address, which was second from the end of a short line of ticky-tacky row houses, bland and cheaply built, with big areas of peeling white weatherboard, which must have saved money on bricks. The roof tiles were concrete and had gone mossy. In the distance, the hills were like velvet, impossibly green, but all around us the built environment was hard. There was a fine cold drizzle in the air, and the street and the sidewalk were both shiny gray. The car waited at the curb, and we opened a broken gate and walked up a short path through the front yard. Carter rang the bell, and the door opened immediately. The Mercedes had not gone unnoticed. A woman looked out at us. She was solidly built, with a pale, meaty face. "Who are you?" I said, "We're from America." "America? We came all the way to see you." "Why?" "Mrs. Healey, is it?" I asked, even though I knew it was. I knew all about her. I knew where she was born, how old she was, how much her husband made, which wasn't much. They were a month behind on practically everything, which I hoped was going to help. "Yes, I'm Mrs. Healey," the woman said. "My name is John Pacino, and my colleague here is Harry Carter." "Good morning to you both." "You live in a very interesting house, Mrs. Healey." She looked blank, and then craned her neck out the door and stared up at her front wall. "Do I?" "Interesting to us, anyway." "Why?" "We can tell you all about it." She said, "Would you like a wee cup of tea?" "That would be lovely." We trooped inside, first Carter, then me, feeling a kind of preliminary satisfaction, as if our lead-off hitter had gotten off base. Nothing guaranteed, but so far so good. The air inside smelled of daily life and closed windows. A skilled analyst could have listed the ingredients from the last 8 meals, all of which had either been boiled or fried, I guessed. It wasn't the kind of household where guests get deposited in the parlor to wait. We followed the woman to the kitchen, which had drying laundry suspended on a rack. She filled a kettle and lit the stove. She said, "Tell me what's interesting about my house." Carter said, "There's a writer we admire very much, name of Edmund Wall." "Here?" "In America." "A writer?" "A novelist, a very fine one." "I never heard of him, but then I don't read much." "Here," Carter said, and he took the copies from his pocket and smoothed them on the counter. They were faked to look like Wikipedia pages, which is trickier than people think. Wikipedia prints different than it looks on the computer screen. Mrs. Healey asked, "Is he famous?" "Not exactly," I said. "Writers don't really get famous. But he is very well respected among people who like his sort of thing. There is an appreciation society. That's why we're here. I'm the chairman, and Mr. Carter is the general secretary." Mrs. Healey stiffened a little, as if she thought we were trying to sell her something. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to join. I don't know him." I said, "That's not the proposition we have for you." "And what is it?" "Before you, the Robinsons lived here. Am I right?" "Yes," she said. "And before them, the Donnellys, and before them, the McLaughlins." The woman nodded. "They all got cancer, one after the other. People started to say this was an unlucky house." I looked concerned. "That didn't bother you? When you bought it?" "My faith has no room for superstition." Which was a circulatory fit to make a person's head explode. It struck me mute. Carter said, "And before the McLaughlins were the McCanns, and way back at the beginning were the McKennas." "Before my time," the woman said, uninterested, and I felt the runner on the first steal second, scoring position. I said, "Edmund Wall was born in this house." "Who?" "Edmund Wall, the novelist, in America." "No one named Wall ever lived here?" "His mother was a good friend of Mrs. McKenna, right back at the beginning. She came to visit from America. She thought she had another month, but the baby came early." "When?" "The 1960s. "In this house?" "Upstairs in the bedroom. No time to get to the hospital." "A baby?" "The future Edmund Wall." "I never heard about it. Mrs. McKenna has a sister. She never talks about it." Which felt like the runner getting checked back. I said, "You know Mrs. McKenna's sister?" "We have a wee chat from time to time. Sometimes I see her in the hairdresser's." "It was 50 years ago. How's her memory?" "I should think a person would remember that kind of thing." Carter said, "Maybe it was hushed up. It's possible Edmund's mother wasn't married." Mrs. Healey went pale. Impropriety. Scandal. In her house. Worse than cancer. "Why are you telling me this?" I said, "The Edmund Wall Appreciation Society wants to buy your house." "Buy it?" "For a museum. Well, like a living museum, really. Certainly people could visit to see the birthplace, but we could keep his papers here, too. It could be a research center." "Do people do that?" "Do what?" "Research." "No. Visit houses where writers were born." "All the time. Lots of writers' houses or museums, or tourist attractions. We could make a very generous offer. Edmund Wall has many passionate supporters in America." "How generous?" "Best plan would be to pick out where you'd like to live next, and we'll make sure you can. Within reason, of course. Maybe a new house. They're building them all over. Then I shut up and let temptation work its magic. Mrs. Healey went quiet. Then she started to look around her kitchen. Chipped cabinets, sagging hinges, damp air. The kettle started to whistle. She said, "I'll have to talk to my husband," which felt like the runner sliding into third ahead of the throw. Safe, 90 feet away. Nothing guaranteed, but so far so good. In fact, bloody good, as they say on those damp little islands. We were in high spirits on the way back in the Mercedes. The problem was waiting for us in the Europa's lobby. An Ulsterman, maybe 50 years old, in a cheap suit, with old nicks and scars on his hands, and thickening around his eyes. A former field operative, no doubt. Many years in the saddle, now moved to a desk because of his age. I was familiar with the type. It was like looking in a mirror. He said, "Can I have a word?" We went to the bar, which was dismal and empty ahead of the lunchtime rush. The guy introduced himself as a copper, from right there in Belfast, from a unit he didn't specify, but which I guessed was Special Branch, which was the brass-knuckle wing of the old Royal Ulster Constabulary, now the police service of Northern Ireland. Like the FBI, with the gloves off. He said, "Would you mind telling me who you are and why you're here?" So Carter gave him the guff about Edmund Wall and the Appreciation Society and the birthplace. But what was good enough earlier in the morning didn't sound so great in the cold light of midday. The guy checked things on his phone in real time as Carter talked, and then he said, "There are 4 things wrong with that story. There is no Edmund Wall. There is no Appreciation Society. The bank account you opened is at the branch nearest to Langley, which is CIA headquarters. And most of all, that house you're talking about was once home to Gerald McCann, who was a notorious paramilitary in his day." Carter said nothing, and neither did I. The guy continued, "Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom, you know. They won't allow unannounced activities on their own turf. So again, would you mind telling me who you are and why you're here?" I said, "You interested in a deal? What kind? You want to buy a friend in a high place?" "High? Very high." "Where?" "Somewhere useful to your government." "Terms?" "You let us get the job done first." "Who gets killed?" "Nobody. The Healeys get a new house. That's all." "What do you get?" "Paid. But your new friend in the very high place gets peace of mind, for which he'll be suitably grateful, I'm sure." "Tell me more." "First, I need to check you have your head on straight. This is not the kind of thing where you make a bunch of calls and get other people involved. This is the kind of thing where you let us do our work, and then when we're gone, you announce your new relationship as a personal coup. Or not. Maybe you'll want to keep the guy in your vest pocket." "How many laws are you going to break?" "None at all. We're going to buy a house. Happens every day." "Because there's something in it, right? What did Gerald McCann leave behind?" "You got to agree to what I said before. You got to at least nod your head. I have to be able to trust you." "Okay, I agree," the guy said. "But I'm sticking with you all the way. We're a threesome now. Until you're done. Every minute. Until I wave you off at the airport." "No. Come with us," I said. "You can meet your new friend. At least shake hands with him. Then come back. Vest pocket or not. You'll feel better that way." He fell for it. Like I knew he would. I mean, why not? Security services love a personal coup. They love their vest pockets. They love to run people, They love to be the guy. He said, "Deal. So what's the story?" Once upon a time, there was a young officer in the U.S. Army, a bit of a hothead with certain sympathies, with a certain job at a certain time. He sold some obsolete weapons. To Gerald McCann? I nodded. Who, as far as we know, never used them. Who, we believe, buried them under his living room floor. Meanwhile, our young officer grew up and got promoted and went into a whole different line of work. Now he wants the trail cleaned up. You want to buy the house so you can dig up the floor? I nodded again. Can't break in and do it? Too noisy. The floors are concrete. We're going to need jackhammers. Neighbors need to think we're repairing the drains or something. These weapons are still traceable? Weapon. Singular, to be honest with you. Which I'm prepared to be, in a spot like this. Still traceable, yeah. And extremely embarrassing, if it comes to light. Did Mrs. Healey believe you about Edmund Wall? She believed us about the money. We're from America. The guy from Special Branch said, "It takes a long time to buy a house." It took 3 weeks, with all kinds of lawyer stuff and an inspection, which was a pantomime and a farce, because what did we care? But it would have looked suspicious if we had waived it. We were supposed to be diligent stewards of the Appreciation Society's assets. So we commissioned it, and pretended to read it afterwards. It was pretty bad, actually. For a spell, I was worried the jackhammer would bring the whole place down. We stayed in Belfast the whole 3 weeks. Normally, we might have gone home and come back again, but not with the Special Branch copper on the scene, obviously. We had to watch him every minute, which was easy enough because he had to watch us every minute. The truth about what happened. I came out of my deposition feeling pretty good about it. My answers were brief and concise. My control was good. I said nothing I shouldn't have said. I used an old trick someone taught me long ago, which was to count to 3 in my head before replying to a question. Name? 1, 2, 3. Albert Anthony Jackson. The trick mitigates against hasty and unwise responses because it gives you time to think. It drives them crazy, but there's nothing they can do about it. The oath doesn't say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, all within 3 seconds of opposing counsel shutting his yap. Try it. One day it will save your ass. Because unwise responses are tempting at times. As in my case that morning. The committee chairman had a clear agenda. The very first substantive question out of his mouth was, "Why aren't you in the armed services?" As if I was a coward, or a moral degenerate of some kind. To take my credibility away, I supposed, if necessary, if the deposition ever came to light. "I have a wooden leg," I said. Which was true. Not from Pearl Harbor or anything. Not that I discouraged the assumption. Truthfully, I was run over by a Model T Ford in the state of Mississippi. A narrow wooden wheel, a hard tire, a splintered shin, a rural doctor miles from anywhere. He took the easy way out by taking the leg off below the knee. No big deal. Except the Army didn't want me, or the Navy. But they wanted everyone else, which meant by the summer of 1942, the FBI was hunting for recruits. The leg didn't worry them. Maple, like a baseball bat. Not that they asked. They gave me training and then a badge and a gun, and then they sent me out into the world. So a year later I was armed, at least, if not in the service. But even then the guy gave no ground. He said, "I'm sorry to hear about your misfortune," disapprovingly, accusingly, as if I had been careless or long premeditated a plan to avoid the draft. But after that, we got along fine. He stuck mainly to procedural questions about the investigation, and 1, 2, 3, I answered them all, and I was out of the room by 11:45. Feeling pretty good, as I said, until Vanderbilt grabbed me in the corridor and told me I had to go do another one. Another what? I said. Deposition, he said. Although not really, no oath, no bullshit, strictly off the record, for our own files. I said, do we really want our files to be different from their files? The decision has been made, Vanderbilt said. They want the truth to be recorded somewhere. He took me to a different room, where we waited for 20 minutes, and then a stenographer came in, ready to take notes. She was an ample, hard-bodied thing, maybe 30, brassy blonde hair. I figured she would look good in a bathing suit. She didn't want to talk. Then Slaughter came in, Vanderbilt's boss. He claimed to be related to Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals, but no one believed him. We all sat down and Slaughter waited until the hard body had her pencil poised. And then he said, Okay, tell us the story. I said, All of it? For our own internal purposes. It was Mr. Hopper's idea, I said. Always better to get the blame in early. This is not a witch hunt, Slaughter said. Start at the beginning. Your name for posterity. 1, 2, 3. Albert Anthony Jackson, I said. Position? I'm an FBI special agent temporarily detached for the duration. To where? Where we are right now, I said. Which is what? The project, I said. State its name for the record. The Development of Materials Group. Its new name? Are we even allowed to say it? Relax, Jackson, will you? Slaughter said. You're among friends. You're not under oath. You don't have to sign anything. All we want is an oral history. Why? We won't be flavor of the month forever. Sooner or later, they'll turn on us. Why would they? Vanderbilt said, Because we're going to win this thing for them, and they don't like to share the spotlight. I see, I said. So we better have our own version ready. Slaughter said, State the name of the project. I said, The Manhattan Project. Your duties? Security. Successful? So far. What did Mr. Hopper ask you to do? He didn't at first, I said. It started out routine. They needed another facility built in Tennessee. A lot of concrete. A lot of specialist engineering. The budget was $200 million. They needed a man in charge. My job was to run the vetting process. Tell us what that involves? We look for embarrassing things in their personal lives and suspicious things in their politics. Why? We don't want them to be blackmailed for secrets, and we sure as hell don't want them to give secrets away for free. Who were you investigating on this occasion? A man named Sherman Bryan. He was a structural engineer, an old guy, but he could still get things done. The idea was to make him a colonel in the army and put him to work, if he came up clean. And did he? At first, he was fine. I got a look at him, at a meeting about something else entirely. Concrete chips, as a matter of fact. I like to get a look at a guy first, from a distance, when he doesn't know. Tall guy, well-dressed, silver hair, silver mustache. Old but erect. Probably very well-spoken. That kind of guy. Patrician, they call it. There was nothing on paper. He voted against FDR all 3 times, but we like that, officially. No leftist sympathies. Considered to be a seal of approval. No financial worries, no professional scandals. None of his structures ever fell down. But next step was to talk to his friends, or listen to them, actually. To what they say, and what they don't. And what did you hear? Not much, initially. Those types of people are very discreet, very proper. They talked to me like they would talk to the mailman. They were polite, and I was left in no doubt. I worked for a solid and useful organization, but they weren't about to share confidences. How do you get around a thing like that? We tell part of the truth, but not all of it. I hinted there was a top-secret project, war work, national security, concrete ships, I hinted, absolutely vital. I told them these days sharing confidences was a patriotic duty. And? They loosened up some. They like the guy and respect him. Business-wise, he's a straight shooter. He pays his bills, he treats people well. He's very successful in a high-end niche. All good, then. There was something they weren't saying. I had to push. And? Old Sherman is married, but there are stories about a piece on the side. Apparently, he's been seen with her. Did you classify that as a blackmail risk? I went to see Mr. Hopper, I said. Who is, for posterity? My boss, director of security. It was a big decision. Mr. Hopper especially liked the part about being a success in a high-end niche. He was thinking about making him a brigadier general, not a colonel. He was the exact type of guy we needed. To pass on him would be a big step to take. Did Mr. Hopper think blackmail was likely? Not really. But where do you draw the line? Did you advise Mr. Hopper one way or the other? I said we should get more information. I said we shouldn't take a big step based on rumor alone. Did Mr. Hopper listen to your advice? Maybe. He's not a stuck-up guy. He's got time for us all. Or maybe he agreed with me anyhow. Or maybe he's getting gun-shy about going to meetings and putting a wrench in their gears. Maybe he wanted to put it off, but whichever. He said he wanted more information. How did you go about getting it? There was nothing I could do for the first 3 days. Old Sherman wasn't seeing either one of his women. He was stuck in a concrete boat conference. I mean, do you think they could possibly work? Do I? Slaughter said. Concrete boats? Sounds like a dumb idea to me. I'm not a nautical expert. It's not like steel plate. They'd have to mold it real thick. Can we stay on the subject? Sorry. The guy was in the boat conference. He was working hard. He wasn't spending the day between the sheets. But Mr. Hopper wanted to see it with his own eyes. He really liked the guy. Liked him for the job, I mean. He wanted no doubt about it. So he had to wait. How long? We spread a little grease around, hotels mostly. We got a call from a clerk that old Sherman had booked a room for Friday night. A double. The names given were him and his wife, which no one believed. Why book a hotel? They have a house. So Mr. Hopper made a plan. Which was? First, we went to look at the hotel. Mr. Hopper wanted to do it in the lobby. He felt the bedroom was wrong, for that type of guy. So we measured it up. There were gray velvet armchairs, 3 on one side and 2 on the other. There was a reception hutch, all heavy carved oak. There was a curtained doorway to the breakfast room. Mr. Hopper figured out how he wanted to do it. There was a window to the right of the door. A person on tiptoe could see in from the street, which was good, except it wasn't really. He couldn't spend hours peering in at the window, not out there on the sidewalk. Passers-by would tell a cop. He would have to time it just right. He couldn't see a way around it. How did he solve the problem? He didn't. I suggested I take over from the reception clerk for a couple of days, like an undercover role. I figured I wouldn't have much to do. I figured I could hide behind the lampshade most of the time. No one would be looking at me. So I figured I could flash the outside neon when the time came for Mr. Hopper to take a peek. The switch is right there. Your idea was you would alert him as they were checking in together? We figured it would work 2 separate ways. He would get the visual he wanted, and I would see the girlfriend signing in as the wife up close and personal. Mr. Hopper wasn't happy, because he liked the guy, as I said, but he had to draw the line somewhere. This project is a big deal. Did the plan work? No, I said. It really was his wife. She showed me her driver's license, kind of automatically. I guess she travels with him a lot, to all those secure conferences about concrete boats. So she does it without thinking. The name was right and the photograph was right. So what did you do? Nothing. I played at being a hotel clerk. Then the phone rang and it was Mr. Hopper in a booth across the street. Urgent. We had a tip the other woman was on her way to the same hotel. Right then, Mr. Hopper told me to stand by. I was to get old Sherman to come downstairs, which I figured wouldn't be a problem. He wouldn't want me to send her up, not with his wife in the room. Did the woman arrive? It was like something in a motion picture, one of those screwball comedies. I heard the elevator moving. It was between me and the breakfast room. The gate opens and out steps old Sherman. He's carrying his wife's fur wrap. She steps out right behind him, in a blue dress carrying a magazine. Half of me is thinking like an agent, and half of me is thinking, come on, pal, get the hell out of here before it's too late. But the wife sits down in a chair, right in front of me. She starts reading her magazine. Old Sherman just stands there, 2 steps from the elevator. By this point, I'm hiding behind the lampshade. Then the other woman walks in. Fur coat, fur hat, a red dress. An older woman, Sherman's age. She bends down and kisses the wife on the cheek, and then walks over and does the same thing to Sherman. I'm thinking, what have we got here? 3 in a bed? That would be worse. What happened next? The other woman sat down, and the wife kept on reading. The other woman looked up and said something to Sherman. Polite conversation ensued. I flashed the neon and saw Mr. Hopper look in the window. He saw it all. He remembers all the details. The painting on the wall of a mountain lake. But he couldn't make sense of what was happening. He didn't know what the scene was about. What did he do? He stood down and waited on the sidewalk. Old Sherman left with his wife. The other woman stayed behind and asked me to call her a taxi. I took the initiative and showed her my badge, and I gave her the same spiel I gave his friends. National security and all that. I asked her some questions. And? She's old Sherman's mother-in-law. Younger than him by 2 years, but that's how the cookie crumbles. Old Sherman is very happy with his child bride. She's very happy with him. The mother-in-law is happy with them both. She's visiting for a month and he's showing her around. She thinks he's sweet to take the time. We think he's doing it to please his wife, and she's worth pleasing, especially for an old guy. They were in the hotel, not their house, because they had an early train. So, panic over. Plenty of men marry younger women. No law against it. Mr. Hopper passed him fit for the job, and he's out there in Tennessee already making a start. Slaughter paused a beat, and then he said, Okay, I think we have what we need. Thanks, Jackson. So, for the second time that day, I came out of a deposition feeling pretty good about it. I had said nothing I didn't want to say. Some of the truth was recorded. Everyone was happy. We won it for them, in the end. Then they turned on us. But old Sherman Bryan was dead by then, so it didn't matter. Pierre Lucien and me. I survived my first heart attack, but as soon as I was well enough to sit up in bed, the doctor came back and told me I was sure to have a second. Only a matter of time, he said. The first episode had been indicative of a serious underlying weakness, which had just made it worse. Could be days or weeks, months at most. He said from now on I should consider myself an invalid. I said, This is 1928, for fuck's sake. They got people talking on the radio from far away. Don't you have a pill for it? No pill, he said. Nothing to be done. Maybe see a show, and maybe write some letters. He told me what people regretted most were the things they didn't say. Then he left. Then I left. Now I have been home 4 days, doing nothing, just waiting for the second episode. Days away, or weeks, or months. I have no way of knowing. I haven't been to see a show. Not yet. I have to admit it's tempting. Sometimes I wonder if the doctor had more in mind than entertainment. I can imagine choosing a brand new musical, full of color and spectacle and riotous excitement, with a huge finale, whereupon all of us in the audience would jump to our feet for a standing ovation, and I would feel the clamp in my chest and fall to the floor like an empty raincoat slipping off an upturned seat. I would die there, while the oblivious crowd stamped and cheered all around me. My last hours would be full of singing and dancing. Not a bad way to go. But knowing my luck, it would happen too soon. Some earlier stimulus would trigger it. Maybe coming up out of the subway, on the steep, iron-bound stairs to the 42nd Street sidewalk. I would fall and slip back a yard, in the wet and the dirt and the grit, and people would look away and step around me like I was a regular bum. Or I might make it to the theater and die on the stairs to the balcony. I no longer have the money for an orchestra seat. Or I might make it to the gods, clinging to the stair rail, out of breath, heart thumping, and then keel over while the band was still tuning up. The last thing I would hear would be the keening of violin strings, all aiming for concert pitch. Not good. And it might spoil things for everyone else. The performance might be cancelled. So, in words I have always used, but which are now increasingly meaningless, a show is something I might do later. I haven't written any letters either. I know what the doctor was getting at. Maybe the last word you had with someone was a hard word. Maybe you never took the time to say, "Hey, you're a real good friend, you know that?" But I would plead innocent to those charges. I'm a straightforward guy. Usually I talk a lot. People know what I think. We all had good times together. I don't want to spoil them by sending out some kind of morbid goodbye message. So why would anyone write letters? Maybe they feel guilty about something. Which I don't. Mostly. Hardly at all. I would never claim a blameless life, but I played by the rules. The field was level. There were crooks, too, so I never laid awake at night. Still don't. I have no big thing to put right. No small thing, either. Nothing on my mind. Except maybe, just possibly, if you push me really hard, I might say the Porterfield Kid. He's on my mind a little bit, even though it was purely business as usual. A fool and his money. Young Porterfield was plenty of one and had plenty of the other. He was the son of what the scandal sheets used to call a Pittsburgh Titan. The old guy turned his steel fortune into an even bigger oil fortune and made all his children millionaires. They all built mansions up and down Fifth Avenue. They all wanted stuff on their walls, dumb fucks, all of them. Except mine, who was a sweet dumb fuck. I first met him 9 years ago, late in 1919. Renoir had just died in France. It came over the telegraph. I was working at the Metropolitan Museum at the time, but only on the loading dock. Nothing glamorous, but I was hoping to work my way up. I knew some stuff even back then. I was rooming with an Italian guy named Angelo who wanted to be a nightclub performer. Meanwhile, he was waiting tables at a chop house near the stock exchange. One lunchtime, a quartet of rich guys showed up. Fur collars, leather boots, millions and millions of dollars right there on the hoof. All young, like princes. Angelo overheard one of them saying it was better to buy art while the artist was still alive, because the price would rise sharply when he was dead. It always did. Market forces, supply and demand, plus enhanced mystique and status. In response, a second guy said, in that case, they'd all missed the boat on Renoir. The guy had seen the news ticker. But a third guy, who turned out to be Porterfield, said maybe there was still time. Maybe the market wouldn't react overnight. maybe there would be a grace period before prices went up. Then, for some dumb reason, Angelo buttonholed Porterfield on his way out and said he roomed with a guy who worked for the Metropolitan Museum and knew a lot about Renoir and was an expert at finding paintings in unlikely places. When Angelo told me that night, I asked him, "Why the fuck did you say that?" "Because we're friends," he said. "Because we're going places. You'd do the same for me. If you overheard a guy looking for a singer, you tell him about me, right? You help me, I help you. Up the ladder we go because of our talents and luck. Like today, the rich man was talking about art, and you work at the Metropolitan Museum. Which part of that was not true?" "I unload wagons," I said. "Crates are all I see." "You're starting at the bottom. You're working your way up, which ain't easy. We all know that. So you should skip the stairs and take the elevator whenever you can. The chance doesn't come often. This guy is the perfect mark." "I'm not ready." "You know about Renoir?" "Not enough." "Yes, enough," Angelo said. "You know the movement. You have a good eye." Which was generous, but also slightly true, I suppose. I had seen reproductions in the newspaper. Mostly I liked older stuff, but I always tried to keep up. I could tell a Manet from a Monet. Angelo said, "What's the worst fucking thing that could happen?" And sure enough, the next morning a messenger from the museum's mailroom came out into the cold to find me and give me a note. It was a nice-looking item, on heavy stock, in a thick envelope. It was from Porterfield. He was inviting me to come over at my earliest convenience to discuss an important proposition. His place was 10 blocks south on 5th, accessed through bronze gates that probably came from some ancient palace in Florence, Italy. Shipped over in a big-bellied boat, maybe along with the right kind of workers. I was shown to a library. Porterfield came in 5 minutes later. He was 22 at the time, full of pep and energy, with a big dumb smile on his big pink face. He reminded me of a puppy my cousin once had. Big feet slipping and sliding, always eager. We waited for a man to bring us coffee, and then Porterfield told me about his grace period theory. He said he had always liked Renoir, and he wanted one, or two, or three. It would mean a lot to him. He wanted me to go to France and see what I could find. His budget was generous. He would give me letters of introduction for the local banks. I would be his purchasing agent. He would send me second class on the first steamship out. He would meet all my legitimate expenses. He talked and talked. I listened and listened. I figured he was about 80% the same as any other rich jerk in town, with too much bare wallpaper in his dining room. But I got the feeling some small part of him really liked Renoir, maybe as more than an investment. Eventually, he stopped talking, and for some dumb reason I said, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll leave right away." 6 days later, I was in Paris. It was hopeless. I knew nothing and no one. I went to galleries like a regular customer, but Renoir prices were already sky high. There was no grace period. The first guy in the chop house had been right, not Porterfield. But I felt duty-bound, so I kept at it. I picked up gossip. Some dealers were worried Renoir's kids would flood the market with canvases found in his studio. Apparently, they were stacked 6 deep against the walls. The studio was in a place called Cagnes-sur-Mer, which was in the hills behind Cannes, which was a small fishing port way in the south, on the Mediterranean Sea. A person could get to Cannes by train, and then probably a donkey cart could take him onwards. I went. Why not? The alternative was passage home to a job I was sure was already gone. I was absent without leave, so I took the sleeper train to a hot and tawny landscape. A pony and trap took me into the hills. Renoir's place was a pleasant spread. a bunch of manicured acres, and a low stone house. He had been successful for many years. No kind of starving artist. Not anymore. There was no one home, except a young man who said he was a good friend of Renoir's. He said his name was Lucien Mignon. He said he lived there. He said he was a fellow artist. He said Renoir's kids had been and gone, and Renoir's wife was in Nice, staying with a friend. He spoke English, so I made sure he would pass on all kinds of sincere condolences to the appropriate parties. From Renoir's admirers in New York, of which there were many, who would all like to know, for reasons I may sound purely academic, even sentimental, exactly how many more paintings were left in the studio. I figured Mignon would answer, being an artist, and therefore having a keen eye for a buck. But he didn't answer. Not directly. Instead, he told me about his own life. He was a painter. At first an admirer of Renoir, then a friend, then a constant companion. Like a younger brother. He had lived in the house for 10 years. He felt, despite the difference in their ages, he and Renoir had formed a very deep bond. A true connection. It sounded weird to me. Like why people get sent to Bellevue. Then it got worse. He showed me his work. It was just like Renoir's. Almost exactly copied, in style and manner and subject. All of it was unsigned, too, as if to preserve the illusion it might be the master's own product. It was a very odd and slavish homage. The studio was a big, tall, square room. It was cool and light. Some of Renoir's work was hung on the wall, and some of Mignon's was hung beside it. It was hard to tell the difference. Below the pieces on display there were indeed canvases stacked 6 deep against the walls. Mignon said Renoir's kids had set them aside as their inheritance. They were not to be looked at and not to be touched, because they were all very good. He said it in a way that suggested somehow he had helped make them all very good. I asked him if he knew of any other canvases as yet unspoken for, anywhere in France. In answer, he pointed across the room. Against another wall was a very small number of items the kids had rejected. Easy to see why. They were all sketches or experiments or otherwise unfinished. One was nothing more than a wavy green stripe running left to right across a bare canvas. Maybe a landscape, started and immediately abandoned. Mignon told me Renoir didn't really like working out of doors. He liked being inside with his models, pink and round. Village girls, mostly. Apparently one of them had become Mrs. Renoir. One of the rejected canvases had the lower half of a landscape on it. A couple dozen green brushstrokes, nicely done, suggestive, but a little tentative and half-hearted. There was no sky, another abandoned start, a canvas laid aside. But a canvas later grabbed up for another purpose. Where the sky should have been was a still life of pink flowers in a green glass vase. It was in the top left of the frame, painted sideways onto the unfinished landscape, not more than about 8 inches by 10. The flowers were roses and anemones. The pink colors were Renoir's trademark. Mignon and I agreed no one did pink better than Renoir. The vase was a cheap thing, bought for a few sous at the market, or made at home by pouring 6 inches of boiling water into an empty wine bottle and then tapping it with a hammer. It was a beautiful little fragment. It looked done with joy. Mignon told me there was a nice story behind it. One summer day, Mrs. Renoir had gone out into the garden to pick a bouquet. She had filled the vase with water from the pump and arranged the stems artfully and carried it into the house through the studio door, which was the easiest way. Her husband had seen it and was seized with desire to paint it. Literally seized, Mignon said. Such was the artistic temperament. Renoir had stopped what he was doing and grabbed the nearest available canvas, which happened to be the unfinished landscape. and he had stood it vertically on its easel and painted the flowers in the blank space where the sky should have been. He said he couldn't resist their wild disarray. His wife, who had spent more than 10 minutes on the arrangement, smiled and said nothing. Naturally, I proposed a deal. I said if I could take the tiny still life for myself, purely as a personal token and souvenir, then I would buy 20 of Mignon's works to sell in New York. I offered him $100,000 of Portisfield's money. Naturally, Mignon said yes. One more thing, I said. He had to help me cut the flowers out of a larger canvas and tack the fragments to stretchers of its own, like a miniature original. He said he would. One more thing, I said. He had to paint Renoir's signature on it, purely for my own satisfaction. He hesitated. I said he knew Renoir had painted it. He knew that for sure. He had watched it happen. So where was the deception? He agreed fast enough to make me optimistic about my future. We took the half-landscape, half-flowers canvas off its stretchers, and we cut the relevant 8x10 rectangle out of it, plus enough wraparound margin to fix it to a frame of its own, which Mignon assembled from wooden nails lying around. We put it all together, and then he squeezed a dot of paint from a tube, dark brown, not black, and he took a fine camel hair brush and painted Renoir's name in the bottom right corner. Just Renoir, with a stylized first capital, and then flowing lowercase letters after it, very French, and very identical to the dozens of examples of the real thing I could see all around. Then I chose 20 of his own canvases. Naturally, I picked the most impressive and Renoir-like. I wrote him a check, 100,000 and 00100. And we wrapped the 21 packages in paper, and we loaded them into the pony cart, which had waited for me, per my instructions and Portisfield's generous tip. I drove off with a wave. I never saw Mignon again, but we stayed in business together, in a manner of speaking, for 3 more years. I took a room in Cannes, in a fine seafront hotel. Bellboys brought up my packages. I went out and found an art store and bought a tube of dark brown oil and a fine camel hair brush. I propped my little still life on the dresser and copied Renoir's signature, 20 separate times, in the bottom right corners of Mignon's work. Then I went down to the lobby and cabled Porterfield. Bought 3 superb Renoirs for 100,000, returning directly. I was home 7 days later. First stop was a framer's for my still life, which I then propped on my mantelpiece, and second stop was Porterfield's mansion on 5th, with 3 of Mignon's finest, which was where the seed of guilt was planted. Porterfield was so fucking happy, so fucking delighted. He had his Renoirs. He beamed and smiled like a kid on Christmas morning. They were fabulous, he said. They were steel. 33 grand apiece. He even gave me a bonus. I got over it pretty fast. I had to. I had 17 more Renoirs to sell, which I did, leaking them out slowly over a 3-year span to preserve their value. I was like the dealers I'd met in Paris. I didn't want to glut. With the money I got moved uptown. I never lived with Angelo again. I met a guy who said RCA stock was the thing to buy, so I did, but I got taken for a ride. I lost most everything. Not that I could complain. The biter bit, and so on. Sauce for the fucking goose. My world shrunk down to a solitary life in the uncaring city, buoyed up by the glow of my roses and anemones above the fireplace. I imagined the same feeling inside Porterfield's place, like 2 pins in a map, twin centers of happiness and delight, he with his Renoirs and me with mine. Then the heart attack and the guilt. The sweet dumb fuck, the big smile on his face. I didn't write a letter. How could I explain? Instead, I took my Renoir off the wall and wrapped it in paper and walked it up Fifth and through the bronze Italian gates to the door. Porterfield wasn't home, which was okay. I gave the package to his flunky and said I wanted his boss to have it because I knew he liked Renoir. Then I walked away, back to my place, where I continued to sit, just waiting for the second episode. My wall looks bare, but maybe better for it. New blank document. This was all about 10 years ago, back when I didn't get many cold calls at all. Maybe I would get 2 in a month, sometimes 3. Random assignments because I was cheap and I was always available. I was a new freelancer making his name, fully aware that for a long time pickings would be slim, so I was also always willing. I was happy to go anywhere and do anything. A couple thousand words here or there would pay my rent. Another couple thousand would put food on my table. My phone rang, and I answered it, and heard faint whistling and scratching. Not a local number. Turned out to be a magazine editor in Paris, France. A transatlantic call. The first I ever got. The guy's English was accented but fluent. He said he had got my name from a bureau. The place he mentioned was one we all signed up for, in the hopes of getting a little local legwork for a foreign publication. Turned out my hopes had come true that day. The guy in Paris said he wanted to send me on just such an assignment. He said his magazine was the biggest this and the biggest that, but in the end what it boiled down to for me was he wanted sidebar coverage about some guy's brother. Cuthbert Jackson's brother, he said, reverently, like he was awarding me the Nobel Prize for Literature. I didn't answer. I pecked out Cuthbert Jackson, one-handed on my keyboard, and the search engine came back with an obscure American jazz pianist, an old black guy, born in Florida, but for a long time permanently resident in France. I said, Cuthbert Jackson, the piano player? And so much more, the Paris guy said. You know him, of course. My magazine is attempting a full-scale biography. We plan to serialize it over 13 weeks. Recently, for the first time ever, Monsieur Jackson revealed he has a living relative, a brother, still in Florida. Naturally, we need to include his point of view in our story. You must go and see him at once. Am I correct you live near Florida? As a matter of fact, he was correct, which I guess explained how he picked me out of the bureau's list. Simple geography, less mileage. I said, Florida is a big state, but yeah, I live right next to it. Ideally, you should obtain biographical detail about their family situation. That would be excellent. But don't worry. Worst case, we can use anything you get, as purely sidebar coverage if necessary. As if to say, by the way, Monsieur Jackson has a brother, and this is where he's living, and this is what he's doing. I understand, I said. This is very important. I understand, I said again. 10 years ago, the net was not what it is today, but it was far enough along to give me what I needed. There were message boards and fan forums and websites with old photographs, and jazz history sites and some political stuff, mostly in French. Long story short, Cuthbert Jackson was born in 1925 in a no-account shithole in the Florida Panhandle. There was one piano in town, and he played it all the time. He was such a prodigy that by the time he was 4, people were so used to it they stopped mentioning it. At the age of 18, he was drafted by the U.S. Army and trained up as a support engineer. He was sent to Europe with the D-Day invasion. He was sent to Paris to march in the GI parade after liberation. He never left. At first, he was listed as AWOL, and then he was forgotten about. He played the piano in Paris all through the grim post-war years, sweating in tiny downstairs clubs for people desperate for something new to believe in, who found part of it in American music played by an exiled black man. He would have said he was evolving the music, not just playing it, perhaps faster and more radically because of his isolation. He wasn't in L.A. or Greenwich Village. He wasn't really hearing anyone else's stuff, which made some folks call his direction a school or a movement, which led to existential disputes with devotees of other schools and movements, which led to growing fame, which, in an adopted French way, made him more and more reclusive, which made him more and more famous. What little he said, he considered plain common sense, but when translated into French, he sounded like Socrates. His record sales went through the roof. In France. Nowhere else. It was a thing back then. There were black writers and poets and painters, all Americans, all living in Paris, all doing well. News weeklies did a couple of stories. Cuthbert Jackson's name came up. Because of the political stuff, France was moving right along. It had aerospace and automobiles and nuclear bombs. Everyone was doing pretty well, except Americans were doing better, which led to a heady mixture of disdain and envy, which led to criticism, which led to a question, why do your black people do better when they come over here? Which was kind of smug and totally circular, because it wasn't really a question but a move in the game. Either way, it was buried by the gigantic storms already brewing at home. By contrast, it seemed quaint and civilized. People agreed a movie could be made. People wondered if a State Department memo could be optioned. Cuthbert Jackson himself generally ignored the issue, but if asked a direct question, he would answer with what he considered plain common sense, though, as he got older and terser, the French translations came out more and more weird and philosophical. One guy wrote a whole book about Jackson's 5-word answer to a question about the likely future of mankind. His most recent CD was with his regular trio, and it had sold pretty well. His most recent public statement was that he had a brother. On my map, the address everyone seemed to agree on looked to be in hard scrabble country, most of a day's drive away, so I left early. I was sure there would be no motels. I figured I would sleep in the car, anything and anywhere. I had rent to pay. The town was as bad as I had expected, maybe a little meaner. It was all low houses, grouped tight around what looked like the archaeological ruins of a previous civilization. Some kind of an old factory, maybe sugar, and the stores and the banks that followed. Some indecent buildings, even handsome, in a modest 3-story kind of way. All abandoned decades ago, now overgrown and falling down. I got out of the car, where I saw a group of men gathered. They were all waiting for something. There was a mixture of impatience for it, and certainly it would arrive. I asked the guy, "What's coming?" He said, "The pizza truck." It showed up right on time, and turned out to be their new version of a bar, since their last real bar fell down. The pizza guy had cans of beer in a cooler, which might or might not have complied with county ordinances, but which either way turned eating pizza into a standing around event, like the best kind of place, with the beer playing the role of the beer and the pizza standing in for the potato chips and the salted peanuts. I counted 20 people. I told one of them I was looking for Cuthbert Jackson's brother. He said, "Who?" "Cuthbert Jackson. He played the piano. He had a brother." Another guy said, "Who?" And then another. They all seemed interested. Maybe they ran out of things to say about pizza. I said, "He's famous in France." No reaction. I asked, "Who is the oldest person here?" Turned out to be a guy aged 80, eating a pepperoni pie and drinking a High Life. I asked him, "Do you remember World War II?" He said, "Sure I do." Cuthbert Jackson went in the army when he was 18, which would make you 16 at the time. Prior to that, he could play the piano real well. You probably heard him. That kid never came back. Because he stayed in France. We thought he was killed. He wasn't. Now he says he has a brother. Is he still a musician? Very much so. Then maybe it's a metaphor. You know what it's like with artistic people. Maybe he had some kind of spiritual epiphany, all about the brotherhood of man. Suppose he didn't. Are you a reporter? Proud to be, I said, like I always plan to. Who do you work for? Anyone prepared to pay me. Right now, a magazine in France. The guy said, We thought he was killed. Why would he stay in France? I don't see how that's natural. I said, You know his brother? Sure, he said, and walked me a couple of steps and waved the pointed end of his pepperoni pie at the last house on the next street. I knocked on the door, and it was opened by another guy who looked about 80, which was about right. Cuthbert himself was 82. His long-lost brother would be plus or minus. The old guy said his name was Albert Jackson. I told him a guy from these parts named Cuthbert Jackson had become very famous in France. Recently, he had added to his bio that he had a brother. Why would he say that? Albert asked. Is it not true? On the television shows, they want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth. I'm just a reporter asking a question. What was the question? Are you Cuthbert Jackson's brother? Albert Jackson said, Yes, I am. That's good. Is it? In the sense that the new bio is proved correct? Future historians will not be misled. In France, I mean. A guy wrote a whole book about 5 words, he said. I haven't seen him for more than 60 years. What do you remember of him? He could play the piano. Did you think he was killed in the war? Albert shook his head. He told me many times. He was going to let them take him all over, and he was going to pick out the best place he saw, and he was going to stay there. He said if the war lasted long enough for me to get drafted, I should do the same thing. Because it would be better somewhere else for a black man? Who plays the piano, I guess. Although plenty of piano-playing folk are doing pretty good right here. Did you ever hear from him? One time. I wrote him about something, and he wrote me back. Were you surprised he never came home? I guess a little at first, but later, not so much. Would you help me out with background information about your family situation? I guess someone needs to. Why's that? You think the bio is correct, but it ain't. Historians will be wrong. I don't know why he said what he said, that he had a brother. I'm not sure what he meant. I might want some time to figure it out. I don't understand. You just told me that you and he are brothers. We are. Then what's the problem? The bio should say he had 2 brothers. We sat down and I took out my computer, and Albert started to tell me the story. But as soon as I saw where it was going, I paused him momentarily and saved the French file and opened a new blank document for what I felt was going to be the real story. I remember the moment. It felt like journalists ought to feel. A black farmer named Bertrand Jackson had 3 sons and 3 daughters, all 30 months apart, all perfectly interlaced in terms of gender. Cuthbert first, the eldest boy, who grew up playing the piano, then went to war, then stayed overseas. And the middle boy was Albert, sitting right there telling me the story, and the youngest boy was Robert. The girls in between were delightful. Their mother was happy. The land was producing. Things were pretty good for the farmer. He felt like a man of substance, altogether a success. He only had one problem. His youngest son, Robert, was slow in the head. He was always smiling, always amiable, but farm work was beyond him, which was okay. The others could carry him. Then the farmer made a mistake. Because he felt like a man of substance, he tried to register to vote in the presidential election. He felt it was his civic duty. He kept on going a good long time before he gave up. Afterwards, a county guy told him never to try again. Things got chilly. They were jealous, he figured, because his farm was doing well. Maybe a little disconcerted. November rolled into December. Meanwhile, the farmer had got Robert a job, sweeping up in the dry goods store where he bought his seed. The owner was a white guy. Sometimes his daughter worked the register. Christmas was coming, so Robert made her a card. He labored over the writing. He put, "I hope you send me a card too." Her daddy saw it, and he showed it to his friends, and pretty soon a lynch mob was coming for Robert because of his lewd interracial suggestion. He was made to stand on a riverbank, tied hand and foot. His daddy, the farmer, was made to watch. Robert was told he had a choice. He could fall off the riverbank by himself, or they could shoot him off. Either way, he was going in the water. He was going to drown. Nothing could be done about that part. Robert said, "Daddy, help me." And the farmer said, "I'm sorry, son. I can't, because I'll have 4 more at home, and a farm, and your mother." Robert fell in by himself. Afterwards, the same county guy came by and said, "Now you see what happens." He said, "Voting ain't for you." Albert said he told Cuthbert all about it, in great detail, in a long letter, about how it didn't even make the local paper, how the county police wrote it up as a disobedient child warned not to swim. Cuthbert wrote back from Paris, depressed but resigned, and impatient. They had fought in the war. How much longer? After that, Albert stopped being surprised his brother didn't come home. I drove 200 miles back the way I had come, and took a nap in the passenger seat when I got tired, and then I carried on again. I wanted to get to work, but when I did, I couldn't. I felt ethically the story belonged to the French magazine, but it was a story I didn't want them to have, or any other nation. I wasn't sure exactly why. Not washing dirty laundry in public, I guessed. United we stand, divided we fall. Clichés were clichés for a reason. I felt like a bad journalist. Then I realized Cuthbert Jackson had made the same choice, all through the political years. He was Socrates. He could have told a devastating tale. He could have leveraged his exile sky high. But he didn't. He never said a word about Robert. I wondered if he knew exactly why. I wanted to ask him. For a minute, I wondered if the magazine would fly me to Paris. In the end, I stayed home and wrote it up purely as a sidebar. I put, in effect, by the way, "Monsieur Jackson has a brother, and this is where he's living, and this is what he's doing." I got paid enough to buy dinner for my friends. We talked about Cuthbert's silence all night long, but we came to no conclusions. Shorty and the Briefcase. Shorty Malone's legendary week began on Monday, when he got shot in the leg, just barely, in a sanitation department maintenance facility. His squad went in the front door, and another went in the back door, with a vague plan to outflank a guy they knew was concealed somewhere among the parked garbage trucks. Then, Someone started shooting, and within a split second everyone was shooting. The official report said 90 police rounds were fired that day. No one was killed, not even the concealed guy. The only casualty was Shorty, from an unlucky ricochet. Later reconstruction showed a fellow officer had fired, and his round had taken a gentle deflection off the sidewall of a tire, and then a violent deflection off the chassis rail of a different truck. After that, it was badly misshapen, and had spent most of its energy. It hit Shorty on the shin bone, no worse than a smack with a ball-peen hammer. It broke the skin and cracked the bone. Shorty was immediately hospitalized. After that, it was awkward. It was hard to work up much enthusiasm. Shorty had been in the detective division about a year, so he wasn't a brave rookie anymore, but he wasn't yet a grizzled veteran hero either. He was a nobody. Plus, it was technically blue on blue. There was even some doubt about whether the concealed guy actually had a gun at all. Plus, a rumor it was the wrong guy anyway. Maybe his brother. So the overall feeling was the whole affair would be better forgotten, which was tough on Shorty. Normally, a cop would be treated with maximum reverence. Normally, Shorty would have been rolling around like a pig in shit. Half a dozen hopeful lowlifes would have started up collections on the internet. Shorty could have been looking at a decent chunk of change, maybe even college fund decent. But he was ignored. On Tuesday, we were all reassigned to new duties, part of forgetting. Sure, way back in history, some mistakes might have been made, but that was then. We've moved on. Now we're making progress. We all started learning the new stuff, and as a result, no one went to visit Shorty in the hospital anymore, except his pal, Celia Sandstrom, who was another one-year nobody, except better to look at, unless she was wearing her Kevlar vest. Evidently, she stopped by the hospital frequently, and evidently she kept old Shorty up to date on what was going on and what wasn't. We were assigned to narcotics as part of their own forgetting. All kinds of previous strategies had come to nothing. It was time to wall them off. Time to move on, like we had. So that if someone ever mentioned a prior embarrassment, we could all wrinkle our noses and say, "What, that old thing?" Like your girlfriend, when you tell us she looked good in her sweater yesterday. So their department was starting over, too, the same way ours had, and they swapped us in for their big new redemptive idea, which was to stop following the coke and start following the money, which needed manpower. Narcotics was a cash business. Cash was like a river. They wanted to see where it flowed and how. Some parts they knew, some parts they didn't understand. They wanted us out there, watching. Specifically, they wanted us watching a guy delivering a briefcase from Jersey. He made the trip usually 2 times a week. The assumption was the briefcase was packed with paper money. A wholesale payment maybe, or a share of the profits. One level of the pyramid scheme kicking up to the next. They said a regular briefcase could hold $1 million. They said it was a physical transfer because money wasn't electronic until it was in a bank, which cash wasn't yet. They said there was a clue in the name. They said our job was to evaluate the chances of witnessing a hand-to-hand exchange, which would be 2 for the price of 1, plus disruption of a vital link in the chain. It was exciting work. No wonder everyone forgot about Shorty. Except Celia. She must have described the mission the very same day, because that must have been about when Shorty started thinking. The guy with the briefcase was an older gentleman, a person of substance, somehow powdered and expensive, a very senior figure. His very presence a mark of deep respect, with $1 million in his hand. The briefcase was metal, some fancy brand. He carried it along the sidewalk, plain as day, all the way to an old-style office building door. He carried it inside. 10 minutes later, he came out without it. We saw him do it exactly the same way the report said he always did it. The office building had a narrow lobby with security. The directory showed 20 tenants, all bland names, a lot of import and export. No doubt a well-developed grapevine. All kinds of early warning systems. No point in asking questions. We wrote it up and sent it in. Our new bosses didn't like it. They pushed back. They said, "We need to know which office suite." We said, "We can't get past that desk. Pose as maintenance." "They don't do maintenance." "Then use your badge." The bad guys would be down the fire escape before the elevator door even opened for us in the lobby. Probably the security guy controls it with a foot pedal. "Give him $100. The bad guys give him 5. "Are you proposing to do any work at all?" We said, "First day, boss. We're looking for leadership." Afterwards, Celia and Shorty figured we were missing something. He didn't know what. He was on his back with his leg up in traction. Not medically necessary, but the union thought it would make for a better photograph in the newspaper. Shorty was fretting about us, Celia said. He was missing us. "Shorty who?" we said. We came in Wednesday morning, and as expected found the business with the fancy briefcase already going a little lukewarm. Expectations were being retrospectively downgraded. It was a solid piece of data, another brick in the wall, as intended, nothing more. Then, even before the coffee was made, it went right back to the top of the agenda. New evidence came in from a different location, and it pointed to the same office building, to a specific tenant. They knew for sure the specific guy was sending money out. Now they wanted to square the circle. They wanted to see the same money going in. They wanted eyeballs inside the specific guy's suite. They wanted eyewitness testimony about the older gentleman maybe placing the briefcase on a table and the other guy maybe spinning it around and clicking the latches with his thumbs. If we could get close enough to seize the actual cash, well, that would be the icing on the cake. Afterwards, Celia said, "Shorty says obviously that's all impossible." We said, "We don't need the voice of doom drifting down a hospital corridor to tell us that. Of course it's all impossible." "So what should we do?" "Nothing. Maybe they'll move us to Vice, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world." But the mention of Shorty recalled the previous mention, at the end of Tuesday, which no detective liked to hear, that we were missing something. No one said anything out loud, but I know we all surreptitiously and individually checked everything we could, from the beginning to the end, in the original files from the handwritten notes. The guy drove from Jersey. Just him, alone at the wheel, no driver, in a nice but unspectacular car, through the Lincoln Tunnel and south to a parking garage in the West 20s, which was the nearest to the old-style office building. A small man in a black vest and a bow tie parked his car, while he walked out with a briefcase and set out carrying it on his long march down the sidewalk. His journey invariably ended after a block and a half in the office building lobby, where he was nodded past the desk after respectful but not casual inspection. On every occasion he spent 10 or so minutes inside, and on every occasion he came back out empty-handed. Those were the facts. That was what we knew. Celia pretended to have given the matter no thought at all, but later she said, "Shorty is sure there's something wrong," which was not what we wanted to hear right then, because the stakes had just been raised even higher. A couple more puzzle pieces had fallen into place. Suddenly the folks upstairs realized they could take out the whole chain at once. It would be the bust of the year. Medals, for sure. Votes for the mayor. The whole 9 yards. But they needed it immaculate. Every link in the chain had to be rock solid on the witness stand. Evidence was key. We argued we couldn't get it. We said, instead, we should bust the guy on the sidewalk, before he got to the office building with the money still in the briefcase, because it was legally justified to assume he was heading for the specific guy in the unknown suite. Where else would he be going? It was as good as eyeballing a transfer. Really the same thing, at an earlier stage. a different snapshot, a previous frame from the same movie. Nothing was ever more persuasive than having no alternative, so they agreed. We waited in a ready room for a call from Jersey. The local PD over there was watching the guy's residence. Any occasion he drove out in the direction of the tunnel, they would let us know right away. Traffic was usually bad. We would get plenty of warning. No rush at all. But the call didn't come. Not on Wednesday, not on Thursday. It came on Friday. Some apple-cheeked trooper out in the burbs told us the guy was on the move in his nice but unspectacular car and seemed to be heading for Manhattan. Celia was not in the room with us at that point. She came in a minute later and we told her about the call. She said, "Shorty says we're thinking all wrong," which was not what we wanted to hear right then, because we were all trying to get all pumped up ahead of taking a guy down on the sidewalk, but she insisted. She said Shorty had been lying there with plenty of time to think. We should listen. We were torn. On the one hand, Celia was in the squad. She might be a nobody, but she was ours. Shorty, too. On the other hand, the bust of the year was at stake, medals and votes. Not a thing to screw up by taking the initiative. No one wanted to be the guy who blew it. Celia said, "Do we really believe it's legally persuasive if we take him down on the street with a bag of cash?" "Kind of," we said. "Somewhat. Maybe. Good enough. Probably." "Would his lawyer be worried?" "A little bit. Maybe not slitting his wrists." "But whatever, it's a huge hassle, right?" she said. "It's $1 million in cash. The IRS would get involved. Maybe the Treasury Department. Why take the risk? Why carry that briefcase so openly?" We said, "We know the cash is moving from A to B. We know the guy inside is receiving it. How else would he be getting it except from our guy? No one else goes in and out. And people carry all kinds of things in this city. They carry briefcases full of diamonds worth much more than this guy." "Shorty thinks it's a decoy. He thinks the case is always empty. They're teasing us. They want us to take the guy down. They're begging us. That's their plan. They want us to open up the case and find nothing inside. Shorty says we'll look like fools. He says we'll never get another warrant again. Judges will just laugh at us. We'll have to leave those guys alone for years. That way they win." We said, "One guy is paying the other guy money. We know that. That's a real fact because it's a chain. A lot of people are depending on us to do our part right. We need the evidence." "We can get it," she said, "but not on the street. That's not where it is. Shorty says you're right. One guy is paying the other guy money, but not the way we think." "Then how?" "In the parking garage. The guy leaves the cash in the trunk, maybe in the supermarket bag. The parking attendant takes it out and puts it in the other guy's car, which is always there because the garage is convenient for the office building. The real handover is out of sight and out of mind. Everyone is distracted by the shiny briefcase." No one spoke. Celia said, "Shorty says it's a win-win for us. We can check the car real quick, as soon as the guy is out of it. And if, after all, there's nothing in it, then we can always catch up to the guy in a couple of steps and take him down anyway, like we're supposed to. Shorty says we have nothing to lose." The phone rang again. The Port Authority cops at the Jersey mouth of the tunnel. The guy had just come through the easy pass. We got going. We waited in the parking garage. Nothing to lose. Shorty was right. The cash was in a yellow plastic grocery bag in the trunk of the guy's car. As evidence, it was as good as anyone else got, and better than most folks. It contributed mightily to the bust of the year. In front of Celia, we felt inhibited about claiming all the credit for ourselves, so mostly we told the truth. and as a result the story got out quickly about a hero cop shot in the leg on Monday, who then lay in his hospital bed and fought through the agony, and by Friday had engineered one of his new department's most spectacular successes, all through brain power alone. He got a medal for his leg, and another for the parking garage, and then he was in the newspaper, which is what ultimately made him a legend. The Union was right about the photograph. It helped a lot. Dying for a cigarette. The producer's notes came in. The screenwriter saw the email on his phone. The subject line said, "Notes." The phone was set to preview the first several words of the message, which were, "Thanks again for making time for lunch today." The screenwriter looked away. He didn't open the email, didn't read more. Instead, he backed up and sat down on the sofa, stiff and upright, straight like a poker, palms cupped on the cushions either side of his knees. His wife sat down on his lap. She was an hour back from the beauty parlor, still in her afternoon attire, which was a cream silk blouse tucked into a navy linen skirt, which when standing fell just above the knee, and when sitting, especially on her lap, crept a little higher. She was wearing nothing underneath each item. She wondered if he could tell. Probably not, she thought. Not yet. He was preoccupied. She lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. He said, "Thank you." She said, "Tell me about lunch." It was with him and 3 of his execs. I think at least one of them was financial. How did it go? Exactly like I was afraid it would. Exactly? More or less, he said. Probably even worse. She said, "Did you make the speech?" "What speech?" "About dying." "It's only a line, in the first paragraph, not really a speech." "Did you say it?" He nodded, tightly, still a little defiant. He said, "I told him for years I had been a good little hack, and I had always done what he wanted as fast as he needed it, overnight sometimes, even sometimes on the fly while the camera was rolling. I told him I had never let him down, and I had made him millions of dollars. So I told him overall I figured I had earned the right to be left alone on this one because, finally, I had the one great idea a guy might ever get in his life. I told him I would rather die than see it compromised. That's the speech I was talking about. It's only a word, with a lot of preamble. It's a strong first paragraph, I agree." "How did he take it?" "I don't really know. I went out for a cigarette. He was okay when I got back. He said at first he thought I was nuts for not seeing his point, but now I'd got him thinking maybe I was right and he was wrong." "What was his issue?" "This has always been about the British Army in World War I. Am I right? Hasn't it? Since the very first moment I got the idea. You were the very first person I ever talked to about it." "Actually, I think that must have been a previous wife, or several ago. The idea was already well established when I came on the scene." "Was it ever anything but the British Army in World War I? Don't they like that?" He said the studio asked if it was an English country house movie. What was his answer? He said maybe English country house people, but not in the house, obviously. In the trenches in France or Belgium or wherever else they had trenches. "So is it a problem?" He said the studio thinks the audience would relate better if it was the Civil War, with actual Americans involved. I see. I reminded him there was an essential story strand involving an airplane pilot, the infancy of technology, a huge metaphor. It could not be dropped or altered in any way. I reminded him that airplanes weren't invented yet during the Civil War. I think they had hot air balloons. Not the same thing at all. A hot air balloon is automatically a slow-motion scene. We need speed and fury and noise and anger. We need to feel we're on the cusp of something new and dangerous. What did he say to all that? He agreed with me the studio's idea was bullshit. He said he only passed it on because it came from the top. He said I never took it seriously, not for 1 minute. He was on my side, totally. Not just because of the airplanes, because of the ideas. They're too modern. This all is 50 years after the Civil War. The characters know things people didn't know 50 years before. He's right, you know. The ideas are modern. You got it through, even to him. That's great writing, babe. He said the same thing. Not babe. He said it was my best writing ever. He said I could say things in 4 words other writers would need a paragraph for. He said I could get things through even to a cynical old moneybags like him, about how the thoughts my character were having were building the post-war world right in front of our eyes. Flattering. Very. He's right, you know, she said again. It stands to reason. Obviously, the post-war world was built from new ideas, and inevitably they were forged during the war itself. But to see history happen in front of our eyes is fantastic. It's going to be a classic. It's a shoo-in for Best Picture. Except that the post-war world he was talking about was post-World War II. The 1950s, in fact. He thinks the story should be set during the Korean War, with actual Americans and foxholes, not trenches. He thinks foxholes are better, necessarily more intimate. An automatic reason to shoot a scene with just 1 or 2 actors, no extras, no background hoo-ha. Saves a fortune. He said 1 or 2 guys alone in a trench would look weird, as in, who are they? Are they malingerers? Did they pull the lucky straw and get to stay behind on sentry duty, or what? Either way, he figures we would need to burn lines explaining. At the very least, we would need to have him say, no, we're not malingerers. It would be an uphill task to get anyone to like them. But guys in a foxhole don't need explaining. They're taking refuge. Maybe there are 2 of them. They tumbled in together. Maybe it's a shell hole. Maybe it's a little small, so they're resentful of each other right from the start. They have to figure out how to get along. He said the modernity and the futurism in the ideas made no sense in World War I. It had to be the 1950s. He said we could still keep the airplanes. Jet fighter technology was in its infancy. There were the same kind of stresses. All we would need to do was give the guy a more modern kind of helmet. The actual lines could stay the same. He said some things never change. Some truths are eternal. How did you react? I let him know I was very angry, and then I went out for another cigarette. How long were you gone? I don't know, 10 minutes, maybe more. It's a big restaurant. It's a long walk from his table even to the lobby. You shouldn't do that. Obviously, they talk about you at the table while you're gone, him and his people. Actually, I think they mostly make calls on their phones, like multitasking, probably trashing other writers' dreams. I saw them finishing up when I came back in every time. They were looking kind of guilty about it. You should watch your back. It doesn't matter if they talk about me anyway. They can't make me agree. This is my project. I could take it somewhere else. Where? The screenwriter didn't answer. His wife snuggled tighter. She pressed her chest against his. No bra. She wondered if he could tell yet. She felt like he should. Certainly she could. Just a thin layer of silk. She said, "He might be right about the foxholes." The point is the whole structure of English society was reproduced in the trenches. The officers had servants in separate quarters. It was a microcosm. We need it as a baseline assumption, like a framework for the story. But a foxhole could reproduce American society just the same. Kind of quick and dirty, kind of temporary. 2 recent arrivals required to somehow get along together, like a metaphor of its own. Maybe one of them could have been drafted out of Harvard or Princeton or somewhere, and the other is a street kid from Boston or the Bronx. At first, they have nothing in common. Cliché. So is a country house drama with mud. You were a good enough writer to make that work. You could make anything work. He said, That's not the worst of it. What more? He said the hero can't be a loner. He said there has to be a buddy from the first scene onwards. Really? He said he realized all along in the back of his mind he had been seeing it as a buddy movie set in Korea. He said my draft was the right heart and the wrong body. He said it wasn't a story about one Englishman, it was the story about two Americans. He said sometimes writers don't truly understand what they've written. What did you say? Nothing. I was speechless. I went out for another cigarette. How long this time? The same. 10 minutes, maybe more. But don't worry. What was there to talk about? Suddenly I realized I'd got it ass backwards. I thought I was owed one particular thing because I had been a good worker. They thought I was owed a different thing, which was not to laugh in my face and turn the picture down flat. They were looking for a polite exit strategy. Ideally, they wanted me to withdraw the proposal. And that would save everyone's face. Artistic differences. So they were nibbling it to death, trying to make me break. Did you? Turned out I was wrong. They were serious. I got back in and started to say something about how we had all agreed at the get-go that the artistic vision would not be compromised ever in any way, and now here we were with two best buds in Korea. But he cut me off early and said, Sure, don't worry, he understood. He said, I had to remember that every single idea in the history of the motion picture industry had got a little scuffed up when it came out of the writer's head and collided with reality. Even the famous screenplays that get studied in film school. The lady who brought the coffee added some of the lines. It was about what worked on the day. What did you say? Nothing. You didn't go out again, did you? I wanted to. I wanted to register some kind of protest. But I didn't need to go out. Not even me. So I stayed at the table. I took it as an invitation to keep on talking. He said I could reclaim the movie by writing a great death scene. Reclaim it? He said I could own it again. Whose death? The buddy's. Obviously, the hero has to be alone for the final stage of his journey, so the buddy has to go. Page 90 or thereabouts. He said he was sure I would knock it out of the park, not just the final flutter, but the reasons for it, what was driving that guy to his doom. What did you say? Nothing, my head was spinning. First, a completely unnecessary secondary character was being forced into my movie, thereby making it actually no longer my movie. But then I'm being told that it can be my movie again if I yank the intruder out again. Seemed staggeringly Freudian to me. He had such faith I could do it. He said it will be my finest work, which would be ironic. Maybe the Writers Guild will give me a special award, Best Death of a Producer-Imposed Trope. What happened next? I left. I skipped dessert. I came home. I'm glad, she said. She snuggled closer. She said, But I'm sorry the world will never see that scene. He was right about that, at least. You would have knocked it out of the park. Some kind of noble sacrifice. One for the ages. No, he said. Not noble. I think I would make it small. The big things have already been done. The friendship has been forged. I suppose the final scene has to be in a foxhole. The two of them. They've got that far by being strong. Now the buddy is about to exit the picture by being weak. That's the dynamic. I think that's the way battle movies have got to work. Personality is revealed by the big things first, and the little things last. Weak? How? This is the 1950s, don't forget. Even the studio doesn't want to drag it into the present day. So people smoked, including the buddy. Now he's in the foxhole and he's out of cigarettes. He's getting antsy. People smoking means it's already an R-rated movie anyway, so 20 yards away we can have the mangled corpse of one of their squad mates, who the buddy knows is an occasional smoker, which almost certainly means he's nearly got a full pack in his pocket. 20 yards beyond the rim of the foxhole? And there's an enemy sniper in the area. Does he stay or does he go? He goes, the screenwriter said. 20 yards there, 20 yards back. The sniper gets him. It's both tiny and monumental. He wanted a cigarette. That was all. A small human weakness. But it was also a determination to live the way he wanted to, or not live at all, which then explains and informs his earlier actions. We know him fully only at the moment of his death. His wife said, "That's lovely." She snuggled even tighter and scooched her butt even closer. She said, "So really it's a fairly small decision, isn't it? It's English accents in 1916 or American accents in 1952. Does it matter?" He didn't answer. He had noticed. 2 years and 7 months later, the movie came out. It was not about the British Army in World War I. It was compromised in every possible way. The screenwriter did not throw himself under a train. Instead, he moved house, higher up the canyon. Then, 8 months later, the buddy won the Oscar. Best Actor in a Supporting Role. The guy's speech was all about how fabulous the writing was. Then, an hour later, the screenwriter won an Oscar of his own. Best Original Screenplay. His speech thanked his wife and his producer, the rocks in his life. Coming off the stage, he pumped the statuette like a heavy dumbbell and figured some compromises were easy to live with. They got easier and easier through the after-parties and the interviews and the calls from his agent, which, for the first time in his life, gave him a choice of what to do and when and how much for. The years passed and he became a name, then a senior figure, then a guru. He and his wife stayed married. They lived a great life. He was honestly happy. He never twigged exactly how his ancient compromises had been engineered. What had killed his artistic vision had been his cigarette breaks. They were 10-minute voids, ripe for exploitation. It was the producer's idea. He had done it before with difficult writers. As soon as the guy stalked out, he would call the guy's wife to report the latest impasse, to get advice on what to say in the short term, to talk him down off the ledge, and then to build an agenda for the wife to discuss with the guy that night. Strictly in his own best interest, of course, for his own good, because there was a lot of money and prestige on the line here, and in the producer's experience, a little grumpiness would be quickly forgotten when there was a golden statuette to polish. In this case, the wife thought, "He's right, you know?" And he was. The Snake Eater, by the Numbers. Numbers, percentages, rates, averages, means, medians, crime rate, clearance percentage, increase, decrease, throughput, input, output, productivity. At the end of the 20th century, police work was about nothing but numbers. Detective Sergeant Ken Cameron loved numbers. I know this because Cameron was my training officer the year he died. He told me that numbers were our salvation. They made being a copper as easy as being a financier, or a salesman, or a factory manager. "We don't need to work the cases," he said. "We need to work the numbers. If we make our numbers, we get good performance reviews. If we get good reviews, we get commendations. If we get commendations, we get promotions, and promotions mean pay and pensions. You could be comfortable your whole life," he said, "because of numbers. Truly comfortable. Doubly comfortable," he said, "because you're not tearing your hair out over vague bullshit subjective notions like safe streets and quality of life. You're dealing with numbers, and numbers never lie." We worked in North London, or at least he did, and I was assigned there for my probationary period. I would be moving on, but he had been there 3 years and would be staying, and North London was a great place for numbers. It was a big manor with a lot of crime and a population that was permanently hypersensitive to being treated less well than populations in other parts of London. The local councillors were always in uproar. They compared their schools to other schools, their transport spurs to other transport spurs. Everything was about perceived disadvantage. If an escalator was out at the West Finchley tube station for 3 days, then they better not hear that an escalator had been fixed in 2 days down at Tooting Bec. That kind of thing was the birth of numbers, Cameron told me. Because stupid, dull administrators learned to counter the paranoid arguments with numbers. No, they would say, the Northern Line is actually 63% on time up here and only 61% on time down there. So, they would say, shut up. It wasn't long before police work fell in with a trend. It was inevitable. Everything started being measured. It was an obvious defensive tactic on the part of our bosses. Average response time following a 999 call? 11 minutes in Tottenham, Madam Councillor, versus 12 minutes in Kentish Town, said proudly, with a blank but smug expression on our bosses' meaty faces. Of course, they were lying. The Kentish Town bosses were lying too. It was a race towards absurdity. I once joked to Cameron that pretty soon we would start to see negative response times. Like, yeah, Madam Councillor, that 999 call was answered 11 minutes before it was made. But Cameron just stared at me. He thought I'd lost it. He was far too serious on the subject to countenance such a blatant mistake, even in jest. But certainly admitted that numbers could be massaged. He collected massage examples like a connoisseur. He observed some of them from afar, the 999 stuff, for instance. He knew how the books were cooked. Switchboard operators were required to be a little inexact with their timekeeping. When it was noon out there in the real world, it was 4 minutes past noon inside the emergency switchboard. When a sector car was dispatched to an address, it would radio its arrival when it was still 3 streets away. Thus, a slow 20-minute response time went into the books as a decent 12 minutes. Everybody won. His approach to his own numbers was more sophisticated. His major intellectual preoccupation was parsing the inconvenient balance between his productivity and his clearance rate. For any copper, the obvious way to enhance his clearance rate was to accept no cases at all, except the solid gold slam dunks that had guaranteed collars at the end of them. He explained it like a Zen master. Suppose you only have 1 case a year. Suppose you solve it. What's your clearance rate? 100%. I knew that, of course, because I was comfortable with simple arithmetic. But just for fun, I said, OK, but suppose you don't solve it. Then your clearance rate is 0. But he didn't get all wound up like I thought he would. Instead, he beamed at me like I was making progress, like I already knew the dance steps. Exactly, he said. You avoid the cases you know you can't solve, and you jump all over the cases you know you can solve. I should have spotted it right then. The cases you know you can solve. But I didn't spot it. I was still inside the box, and he didn't give me much time to think because he rushed straight onto the main problem, which was productivity. Certainly major points would be scored for a 75% clearance rate. That was obvious. But if you achieved that mark by clearing 3 cases out of 4, you lost major points for lack of productivity. That was obvious too. 4 cases a year was absurdly low. 40 cases a year was low. In North London at that time, each detective was looking at hundreds of cases a year. That was Ken Cameron's big problem. The balance between productivity and clearance rate. Good productivity meant a bad clearance rate. A good clearance rate meant bad productivity. He said to me, see? Like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Although that was a misinterpretation on my part. He was really saying, so I'm not such a bad guy, doing what I'm doing. I should have seen it. But I didn't. Then, still in his Zen master mode, he told me a joke. 2 guys are in the woods. They see a bear coming. Run, says the first guy. That's ridiculous, the second guy says. You can't run faster than a bear. I don't need to run faster than a bear, the first guy answers. I only need to run faster than you. I had heard the joke before many times. I suppose I paused a moment to remember who had told it to me last, so I didn't react the way Cameron wanted me to. I saw him thinking fast-track training college wanker. Then he regrouped and explained his point. He wasn't looking for extremely high numbers in and of themselves. He was just looking to beat the guy in second place, that's all, by a point or two, which was all that was necessary, which he could do while maintaining an entirely plausible balance between his clearance rate and his productivity, which he could do. I should have asked how exactly. He was probably waiting for me to ask, but I didn't. I found out how the day I met a prostitute called Kelly Key and a madman called Mason Mason. I met them separately. Kelly Key first. It was one of those perceived disadvantage things. Truth was, North London had a lot of prostitution, but not nearly as much as the West End, for instance. It tended to be of a different nature, though. It was definitely more in your face. You saw the hookers. Up west, they were all inside, waiting by the phone. So I was never really sure exactly what the locals were up in arms about. That their hookers were cheaper? That they wanted prettier girls, or what? But whatever. There was always some street-clearing initiative going on, usually in the northern reaches of Islington and all over Haringey. Working girls would be dragged in. They would sit in police stations, looking completely at home and completely out of place all at the same time. One morning we got back from the canteen and found Kelly Key waiting. Ken Cameron evidently took a snap decision and decided to use her to teach me all kinds of essential things. He took me aside and started to explain. First, we were not going to write anything down. Writing something down would put her in the system, which would aid our productivity, but would damage our clearance rate, because solicitation cases were very hard to make. But the longer we concealed our indifference, the more worried old Kelly would get, which would result in some excellent freebies after we finally let her go. A cop who pays for sex, Cameron told me, is a very bad cop indeed. Bad cop, I suppose, in a relative way. So I watched while Cameron harassed Kelly Key. It was late morning, but she was already dressed in a hooker outfit. I could see a lot of leg and a lot of cleavage. She wasn't dumb enough to offer anything off her own bat, but she was heavily into doing the Sharon Stone thing from Basic Instinct. She was crossing and uncrossing her legs so fast I could almost feel the disturbance in the air. Cameron was enjoying the interview. And the actual view, I suppose. I could see that. He was totally at his ease. He had the upper hand, so definitively it was just an absolute fact. He was a big man, fleshy and solid in that classic policeman way. He was probably 40-something, although it's hard to be precise with guys who have that sort of tight pink flesh on their faces. But he had his size and his badge and his years in, and together they made him invulnerable. Or together they had, so far. Then Mason Mason was brought in. We still had an hour of fun to go with Kelly, but we heard a disturbance at the front desk. Mason Mason had been arrested for urinating in public. At that time, we called the uniformed coppers woolies because of their wool uniforms, and on the face of it the woolies could handle public urination on their own, even if they wanted to push the charge upwards towards gross indecency. But Mason Mason had been searched and found with a little more folding money in his pocket than street people usually carry. He had 90 quid on him, in new tenors. So the woolies brought him to us, in case we might want to try a theft charge or mugging or even robbery with violence, because maybe he had pushed someone around to get the cash. It might be a slam dunk. The woolies weren't dumb. They knew how we balanced clearance rate with productivity, and they were self-interested too, because although individual detectives competed among themselves, there was also an overall station number which helped everybody. There was a number for everything. So at that point, Cameron put Kelly Key on the back burner and Mason Mason on the front. He took me aside to explain a few things. First, Mason Mason was the guy's actual name. It was on his birth certificate. It was widely believed that his father had been drunk or confused or both at the registry office and had written Mason in both boxes, first name and surname. Second, Mason wasn't pissing in public because he was a helpless drunk or derelict. In fact, he rarely drank. In fact, he was pretty harmless. The thing was, although Mason had been born in Tottenham, in a house very near the Spurs ground, he believed he was American and believed he had served in the United States Marine Corps as part of Force Recon, who called themselves the Snake Eaters. This, Cameron said, was both a delusion and an unshakable conviction. North London was full of dedicated Elvis impersonators and country and western singers and Civil War reenactors and Omaha beach buffs and vintage Cadillac drivers, so Mason's view of himself wasn't totally extraordinary, but it led to awkwardness. He believed that the North London streets were in fact part of the ruined cityscape of Beirut, and that to step into the rubble and take a leak against the shattered remains of a building was all part of a Marine's hard life. And he was always collecting insignias and badges and tattoos. He had snake tattoos all over his body, including one on his chest, along with the words, "Don't tread on me." After absorbing all this information, I glanced back at Mason and noticed that he was wearing a single snake earring in his left ear. It was a fat little thing, all in heavy gold, quite handsome, quite tightly curled. It had a tiny gold loop at the top, with a non-matching silver hook through it that went up and through his pierced lobe. Cameron noticed it too. "That's new," he said. "The snake eater's got himself another bauble." Then his eyes went blank for a second like a TV screen changing channels. I should have seen it coming. He sent Kelly Key away to sit by herself and started in on Mason. First, he embarrassed himself by asking routine questions, starting with a request that he should state his name. "Sir, the Marine's name is Mason, sir," the guy said, just like a Marine. "Is that your first or last name?" "Sir, both, sir," the guy said. "Date of birth?" Mason reeled off day, month, year. It put him pretty close to what I guessed was Cameron's age. He was about Cameron's size too, which was unusual for a bum. Mostly they waist away, but Mason was tall and heavily built. He had hands the size of Tesco chickens and a neck that was wider than his head. The earring looked out of place, all things considered, except maybe in some kind of pirate context. But I could see why the woolies thought that robbery with violence might fly. Most people would hand over their wad to Mason rather than stand and fight. "Place of birth?" Cameron asked. "Sir, Muncie, Indiana, sir," Mason said. The way he spoke told me he was clearly from London, but his faux American accent was pretty impressive. Clearly he watched a lot of TV and spent a lot of time in the local multiplexes. He had worked hard to become a Marine. His eyes were good too. Flat, wary, expressionless, just like a real jarhead's. I guessed he'd seen Full Metal Jacket more than once. "Muncie, Indiana," Cameron repeated. "Not Tottenham? Not North London?" "Sir, no, sir," Mason barked. Cameron laughed at him, but Mason kept his face blank, just like a guy who had survived boot camp. "Military service?" Cameron asked. "Sir, 11 years in God's own Marine Corps, sir." "Semper Fi?" "Sir, roger that, sir." "Where did you get the money, Mason?" It struck me that when a guy has the same name first and last, it's impossible to come across too heavy. For instance, suppose I said, "Hey, Ken," to Cameron. I would sound friendly. If I said, "Hey, Cameron," I would sound accusatory. But it was all the same to Mason. "I won the money," he said. Now he sounded like a sullen Londoner. "On a horse. On a dog. At Haringey." "When?" "Last night." "How much?" £90. "Marines go dog racing?" "Sir, recon Marines blend in with the local population." Now he was jarhead again. "What about the earring?" Cameron asked. "It's new." Mason touched it as he spoke. "Sir, it was a gift from a grateful civilian." "What kind of civilian?" "A woman in Kosovo, sir." "What did she have to be grateful about?" "Sir, she was about to be the victim of ethnic cleansing. At whose hands? The Serbs, sir. Wasn't it the Bosnians? Whoever, sir. I didn't ask questions. What happened? Cameron asked. There was a social discrimination involved, Mason said. People considered rich were singled out for special torment. A family was considered rich if the wife owned jewelry. Typically, the jewelry would be assembled and the husband would be forced to eat it. Then the wife would be asked if she wanted it back. Typically, she would be confused and unsure of the expected answer. Some would say yes, whereupon the aggressors would slit the husband's stomach open and force the wife to retrieve the items herself. And you prevented this from happening? Me and my men, sir. We mounted a standard fire and maneuver encirclement of a simple dwelling and took down the aggressors. It was a modest household, sir. The woman owned just a single pair of earrings. And she gave them to you? Just one, sir. She kept the other one. She gave you an earring. In gratitude, sir. Her husband's life was saved. When was this? Sir, our operational logs records the engagement at 0400 last Thursday. Cameron nodded. He left Mason at the desk and pulled me away into the corner. We competed for a minute or two with all the one sandwich short of a picnic metaphors we knew. One brick shy of a load, not the sharpest knife in the drawer, that kind of thing. I felt bad about it later. I should have seen what was coming. But Cameron was already into another long and complicated calculation. It was almost metaphysical in its complexity. If we logged another case today, our productivity number would rise, obviously. If we broke it, our clearance rate would rise, obviously. Question was, would our clearance rate rise faster than our productivity number? Basically, was it worth it? The equation seemed to me to require some arcane calculus which was beyond me, and I was a fast-track trained college wanker. But Cameron seemed to have a handy rule of thumb. He seemed to suggest that it's always worth logging a case if you know you're going to break it. At the time I suspected that was a non-mathematical superstition, but I couldn't prove it. Still can't, actually, without going to night school. But back then, I didn't argue the arithmetic. I argued the facts instead. Do we even have a case? I asked. Let's find out, he said. I imagined he would send me out for an evening standard so we could check the Greyhound results from Haringey. Or he would send me to wade through incident reports looking for a stolen snake earring from last Thursday night. But he did neither thing. He walked me back to Kelly Key instead. You work hard for your money, right? He said to her. I could see that Kelly didn't know where that question was going. Was she being sympathised with or propositioned? She didn't know. She was in the dark. But like all good whores everywhere, she came up with a neutral answer. It can be fun, she said. With some men. She didn't add, men like you. That would have been too blatant. Cameron might have been setting a trap. But the way she smiled and touched his forearm with her fingertips left the words, it can be fun with men like you, hanging right there in the air. Certainly Cameron heard them, loud and clear, but he just shook his head impatiently. I'm not asking for a date, he said. Oh, she said. I'm just saying, you work hard for your money. She nodded. The smile disappeared and I saw reality flood her face. She worked very hard for her money. That message was unmistakable. Doing all kinds of distasteful things, Cameron said. Sometimes, she said. How much do you charge? 200 for the hour. Liar, Cameron said. The 22-year-olds up west charged 200 for the hour. Kelly nodded. 50 for a quickie, she said. How about 30? I could do that. How would you feel if a punter ripped you off? Like he didn't pay? Like he stole 90 quid from you? That's like not paying 4 times. You end up doing him for nothing. And you end up doing the previous 3 guys for nothing too. Because now that money's gone. I wouldn't like it, she said. Suppose he stole your earring as well. My what? Your earring. Who? Cameron looked across the room at Mason. Kelly Key followed his gaze. Him, she said. I wouldn't do him. He's mad. Suppose you did. I wouldn't. We're playing Let's Pretend here, Cameron said. Suppose you did him, and he stole your money and your earring. That's not even a real earring, isn't it? Kelly shook her head. It's a charm from a charm bracelet. You guys are hopeless. Couldn't you see that? It's supposed to be fastened onto a bracelet, through that little hoop at the top. You can see the wire doesn't match. We all stared at Mason's ear. Then I looked at Cameron. I saw his eyes do the blank thing again. The channel-changing thing. I could arrest you, Kelly Key, he said. But I won't. If you play ball. Play ball? How? Swear out a statement that Mason stole 90 quid and a charm bracelet from you. But he didn't. What part of Let's Pretend don't you understand? Kelly Key said nothing. You could leave out your professional background, Cameron said, if you want to. Just say he broke into your house while you were in bed asleep. The homeowner being in bed asleep always goes down well. Kelly Key took her gaze off Mason, turned back to Cameron. Would I get my stuff back afterwards? She asked. What stuff? The 90 quid and the bracelet. If I'm saying he stole them from me, then they were mine to begin with, weren't they? So I should get them back. Jesus Christ, Cameron said. It's only fair. The bracelet is imaginary. How the hell can you get it back? It can't be imaginary. There's got to be evidence. Cameron's eyes went blank again. The channel changed. He told Kelly to stay where she was and pulled me back across the room to the corner. We can't just manufacture a case, I said. He looked at me, exasperated, like the idiot child. We're not manufacturing a case, he said. We're manufacturing a number. There's a big difference. How is there? Mason will still go to jail. That's not a number. Mason will be better off, he said. I'm not totally heartless. 90 quid and a bracelet from a whore. He'll get 3 months top. They'll give him psychiatric treatment. He don't get any on the outside. They'll put him back on his meds. He'll come out a new man. It's like putting him in a clinic, a rest home, at public expense. It's doing him a favour. I said nothing. Everyone's a winner, he said. I said nothing. Don't rock the boat, kid, he said. I didn't rock the boat. I should have, but I didn't. He led me back to where Mason was sitting. He told Mason to hand over his new earring. Mason unhooked it from his earlobe without a word and gave it to Cameron. Cameron gave it to me. The little snake was surprisingly heavy in the palm of my hand and warm. Then Cameron led me downstairs to the evidence lockup. Public whining had created a lot of things, he said, as far as police work went. It had created the numbers, and the numbers had been used to get budgets, and the budgets were huge. No politician could resist padding police budgets, not local, not national, so most of the time we were flush with money. The problem was how to spend it. They could have put more woolies on the streets, or they could have doubled the number of CID thief-takers. But bureaucrats like monuments, so mostly they spent it on building new police stations. North London was full of them. There were big concrete bunkers all over the place. Manors had been split and amalgamated, and HQs had been shifted around. The result was that evidence lockups all over North London were full of old stuff that had been dragged in from elsewhere, stuff that was historic, stuff that nobody tracked anymore. Cameron sent the desk sergeant out for lunch and started looking for the pre-film record books. He told me that extremely recent stuff was logged on the computers and slightly older stuff was recorded on microfilm, and the stuff from 20 or 30 years ago was still in the original handwritten logbooks. That was the stuff to steal, he said, because you could just tear out the relevant page. No way to take a page off a microfilm without taking 100 other pages with it. And he had heard that deleting stuff from computer files left telltale traces even when it shouldn't. So we split up the pile of dusty old logbooks and started trawling through them, looking for charm bracelets lost or recovered years ago in the past. Cameron told me we were certain to find one. He claimed there was at least one of everything in a big police evidence lockup like this one. Artificial limbs, oil paintings, guns, clocks, heroin, watches, umbrellas, shoes, wedding rings, anything you needed. And he was right. The books I looked at told me there was a Santa's grotto behind the door behind the desk. It was me who found the bracelet. It was right there, in the third book I went through. I should have kept quiet and just turned the page, but I was new and I was keen, and I suppose, to some extent, I was under Cameron's spell, and I didn't want to rock the boat. I had a career ahead of me, and I knew what would help it and what would hurt it. So I didn't turn the page. Instead, I called out, "Got one?" I said. Cameron closed his own book and came over and took a look at mine. The listing read, "Charm bracelet, female, 1, gold, some charms attached." The details related to some ancient, long-forgotten case from the 1970s. "Excellent," Cameron said. The lockup itself was what I supposed the back room of an Argos looked like. There was all kinds of stuff in boxes, stacked all over shelves that were 10 feet high. There was a comprehensive numbering system with everything stacked in order, but it all got a little haphazard with the really old stuff. It took us a minute or two to find the right section. Then Cameron slid a small cardboard box off a shelf and opened it. "Bingo," he said. It wasn't a jeweller's box. It was just something from an old office supplier. There was no cotton wool inside, just the charm bracelet itself. It was a handsome thing, quite heavy, very gold. There were charms on it. I saw a key and a cross and a little tiger, plus some other small items I couldn't identify. "Put the snake on it," Cameron said. "It's got to look right." There were closed loops on the circumference of the bracelet that matched the closed loop on the top of Mason's snake. I found an empty one, but having 2 closed loops didn't help me. "I need gold wire," I said. "Back to the books," Cameron said. We put his one of everything claim to the test, and sure enough we came up with gold wire, jewellers, 1 coil, lost property from 1969. Cameron cut a 1/2-inch length with his pocket knife. "I need pliers," I said. "Use your fingernails," he said. It was difficult work, but I got it secure enough. Then the whole thing disappeared into Cameron's pocket. "Go tear out the page," he said. I shouldn't have, but I did. I got a major conscience attack 4 days later. Mason had been arrested. He pleaded not guilty in front of the magistrates, and they remanded him for trial and set bail at £5,000. I think Cameron had colluded with the prosecution service to set the figure high enough to keep Mason off the street, because he was a little worried about him. Mason was a big guy, and he had been very angry about the fit-up. Very angry. He said he knew the filth had to make their numbers. He was okay with that, but he said nobody should accuse a Marine of dishonour, not ever. So he stewed for a couple of days. And then he surprised everyone by making bail. He came up with the money and walked. Everyone speculated, but nobody knew where the cash came from. Cameron was nervous for a day, but he got over it. Cameron was a big guy too, and a copper. Then the next day I saw Cameron with the bracelet. It was late in the afternoon. He had it out on his desk. He slipped it into his pocket when he noticed me. That should be back in the lockup, I said, with a new case number. Or it should be on Kelly Key's wrist. I gave her the 90 quid, he said. I decided I'm keeping the bracelet. Why? Because I like it. No, why? I said. Because there's a pawn shop I know in Muswell Hill. You going to sell it? He said nothing. I thought this was about the numbers, I said. There's more than one kind of numbers, he said. There's pounds in my pocket. That's a number too. When are you going to sell it? Now. Before the trial. Don't we need to produce it for evidence? You're not thinking, kid. The bracelet's gone. He fenced it already. How do you think he came up with the bail money? Juries like nice little consistencies like that. Then he left me alone at my desk. That's when the conscience attack kicked in. I started thinking about Mason. I wanted to make sure he wasn't going to suffer for our numbers. If he was going to get medical treatment in jail, well, fine, I could live with that. It was wrong, but maybe it was right too. But how could we guarantee it? I supposed it would depend on his record. If there was previous psychiatric treatment, maybe it would be continued as a matter of routine. But what if there wasn't? What if there had been a previous determination that he was just a sane but bad guy? Right then and there I decided I would go along, to get along, only if Mason was going to make out okay. If he wasn't, then I would torpedo the whole thing, including my own career. That was my pact with the devil. That's the only thing I can offer in my defence. I fired up my computer. His name being the same first and last eliminated any confusion about who I was looking for. There was only one Mason in London. I worked backwards through his history. At first it was very encouraging. He had had psychiatric treatment. He had been brought in many times for various offences, all of them related to his conviction that he was a recon Marine and London was a battlefield. He built bivouacs in parks. He went to the toilet in public. Occasionally he assaulted passers-by because he thought they were Shiite guerrillas or Serbian militia. But generally the police had treated him well. They were usually kind and understanding. They got the mental health professionals involved as often as possible. He received treatment. Reading the transcripts in reverse date order made it seem like they were treating him better and better, which meant in reality they were tiring of him somewhat. They were actually getting shorter and shorter with him, but they understood. He was nuts. He wasn't a criminal. So, okay. Then I noticed something. There was nothing recorded more than 3 years old. No, that was wrong. I scrolled way back and found there was, in fact, some very old stuff. Stuff from 14 years previously. He had been in his late 20s then, and in regular trouble for public disorder. Scuffles, fights, wild drunkenness, bodily harm. Some heavy-duty stuff, but normal stuff, not mental stuff. I heard Cameron's voice in my head. He rarely drinks. He's pretty harmless. I thought, 2 Masons. The old one and the new one, with an 11-year gap between. I heard Mason's own voice in my head, with its impressive American twang. Sir, 11 years in God's own Marine Corps, sir. I sat still for a minute. Then I picked up the phone and called the American Embassy down in Grosvenor Square. I couldn't think of anything else to do. I identified myself as a police officer. They put me through to a military attaché. Is it possible for a foreign citizen to serve in your Marine Corps? I asked. You're thinking of volunteering? The guy asked. Bored with being a cop? His voice was a little like Mason's. I wondered whether he had been born in Muncie, Indiana. Is it possible? I asked again. Sure it is, he said. At any one time, we've got a pretty healthy percentage of foreign nationals in uniform. It's a job, after all, and it gets them citizenship in 3 years instead of 5. Can you check records from there? Is it urgent? I thought of Cameron on his way to Muswell Hill, being shadowed by a recon Marine with a grudge. It's very urgent, I said. Who are we looking for? A guy called Mason. First name? Mason. No, first name. Mason, I said. Both his names are Mason. Hold the line, he said. I spent the time working out Cameron's likely route. He would probably walk. Too short a journey to drive, too awkward on the tube, so he would walk. He would walk through Alexandra Park. Hello? The guy at the embassy said. Yeah. Mason served 11 years in the Marines. Originally a UK citizen, made the rank of first sergeant. He was selected for Force Recon and served all over Beirut, Panama, the Gulf, Kosovo. Received multiple decorations and an honorable discharge just over 3 years ago. He was a damn fine jarhead. But there's a file note here saying he was just in some kind of trouble. One of the Overseas Veterans Associations just had to bail him out from something. Why did he leave the Marines? He failed a psychiatric evaluation. You get an honorable discharge for that? We kick them out, the guy said. We don't kick them in the teeth. I sat there for a moment, undecided. Should I dispatch sector cars? They would be no good in the park. Should I send the woolies on foot? Was I overreacting? I went on my own, running all the way. It was late in the year and late in the day, and it was already going dark. I crossed the railway as a train rumbled under the bridge I was on. I watched the road ahead and the hedges on each side. I didn't see Cameron. I didn't see Mason. Alexandra Park's iron gates were already closed and locked. This facility closes at dusk, said the sign. I climbed over the gates and ran onwards. The smell of night mist was already in the air. I could hear distant traffic all the way from the North Circular. I could hear starlings roosting somewhere to the south, in Hornsey, maybe. I followed the main path and found nothing. I saw the dark bulk of Alexandra Palace ahead and stood still. Go on, or turn back? The streets of Muswell Hill or the park? Surely the park was the danger zone. The park was where a recon Marine would do his work. I turned back. I found Cameron, a yard off a side path. He was half hidden under some low shrubbery. He was on his back. His coat was missing. His jacket was missing. His shirt had been torn off. He was naked from the waist up. He had been ripped open from the sternum to the navel with a sharp blade. Then someone had plunged his hands inside the wound and lifted his stomach out whole and rested it on his chest. Just pulled it out, the whole organ. It was right there on his chest, pale and purple and veined, like a soft balloon. It had been squeezed and pressed and palpitated and arranged until the faint gold gleam of the charm bracelet showed through the thin translucent lining. I saw it quite clearly in the fading evening light. I think I was supposed to play the part of the Kosovo wife. I was Cameron's co-conspirator, and I was supposed to recover the jewellery, or Kelly Key was. But neither of us did. Mason's tableau came to nothing. I didn't try, and Kelly Key never even saw the body. I didn't report it. I just got out of the park that night and left him there for someone else to find the next morning. And someone else did, of course. It was a big sensation. It was a big funeral. Everyone went. Then there was a big investigation, obviously. I contributed nothing. But even so, Mason became the prime suspect. But he disappeared and was never seen again. He's still out there somewhere. A mad recon Marine, blending in with the local population, wherever he is. And me? I completed my probationary year, and now I'm a detective constable down in Tower Hamlets. I've been there a couple of years. My numbers are pretty good. Not quite as good as Ken Cameron's were, but then I try to live and learn.
Want more action from Lee Child? Keep listening to hear an extract from In Too Deep, a heart-poundingly fast-paced novel in the Jack Reacher series. You can find In Too Deep and all audiobooks in the Jack Reacher series by searching wherever you got this audiobook. Chapter 1. The pain hit first, then the sound followed, the way lightning beats thunder in a storm. The pain was in Jack Reacher's right wrist. It was sharp and sudden and hot, and it was more than strong enough to eclipse the dull throbbing ache that filled his head. The sound was a single, round, lingering note, metal on metal, distinct but inconsequential next to the ringing in his ears. The pain and the sound came after he tried to move his arm. That was all Reacher knew. He had been asleep. No, somewhere deeper and darker than sleep. And when he floated to the surface, he was rocked by waves of dizziness. He was lying on his back, not in a bed, not on the ground, on something smooth and artificial, and cold. The chill was seeping through his shirt and into his shoulder blades and down his spine. A sharp ridge was cutting into his calves. His head felt like it was being crushed against the hard surface, so he had drawn his right elbow back, ready to lever himself up. Or he had tried to. And it wasn't just the discomfort that had stopped him. Something was fastened around his wrist, preventing it from moving more than a couple of inches. Something cinched in tight. It bit into his skin. But that wasn't what hurt the most. It was one of the bones in his forearm. Maybe more than one. Some kind of major damage had been done beneath the skin. That was clear. Reacher tried to move his left arm. There was no pain, but that wrist was also restrained by something sharp. So was his left ankle. So was his right. He couldn't see what he was attached to, or what he was bound with, because there was no light, not the slightest glimmer. The space he was in was completely dark. There was no noise, now that the metallic clink had died away, and no movement of the air. Reacher had no idea where he was, no idea how he had gotten there. But someone must have brought him, and shackled him. And whoever had done those things was gonna rue the day. That was for damn sure. The same time Reacher was slipping back into oblivion, a man was standing at the side of the road, 5 miles away to the north, watching for smoke or flames. He had used plenty of names over the years, but at that moment he was calling himself Ivan Vidich. He was heavy-set and a little stooped, which made him look shorter than the 6'2" he claimed on his driver's license, and his bald head was all sharp angles and ridges, like it had been carved from stone by someone without much skill. His car was parked by the second of a set of 3 switchbacks. It was a notorious spot for accidents. The turns were sharp and close together and poorly lit. The road was separated from a steep drop by a wide shoulder and a rusty safety rail, and the camber coming off the apex of the first bend was way out of whack. Something to do with ancient geological deposits deteriorating and undermining the layers of bedrock deep down, way below the surface. Nothing that couldn't be fixed, given the right amount of money. But money was scarce in those parts, so the local Department of Roads and Bridges had just thrown up a couple of warning signs. They didn't help to keep vehicles from crashing, but the county lawyers said they might keep the department from getting sued as a result. An SUV had crashed there a little earlier that day, a Lincoln Navigator. It had left the road, clipped a tree, rolled 3 times, and come to rest back on its wheels. Its roof was caved in, its hood was dented, its doors were bent and twisted, and all its windows were starred and opaque. Vidich had watched the accident unfold. He'd had no alternative, because he had been following, driving fast and sticking close behind. He had mashed his brakes the moment the Lincoln lost control and had skidded to a stop while the other vehicle was still moving. Then he had jumped out and crept closer to the wreck, sniffing the air for gasoline fumes and straining his ears for any hint of fuel dripping from a fractured line or cracked tank. The Lincoln had wound up in bad shape, but its driver had fared even worse. He was dead. His neck was broken. There was no doubt about that. Vidich had smiled when he saw what had happened. It wasn't the outcome he'd expected, but it was one he could use. More than that, it was like the answer to a prayer. An echo from his childhood floated into his head. God helps those who help themselves. His grin grew wider. Then he turned his attention to the passenger. At first, Vidich thought the guy was bound for the morgue, too, but when he checked, he felt a pulse. So he adjusted his diagnosis. The guy just had a concussion and maybe a broken wrist. His size had saved him. He looked huge, comfortably 6'5", even slumped against the door, easily 250 pounds, and all bone and muscle, no fat. Vidich had called a couple of guys for help, and while he waited for them to arrive, he had hauled the driver and the passenger out of the wreckage. That wasn't easy. The driver's head was flopping around all over the place, and his body was slack and soft and difficult to grip. The passenger was worse because of his size and shape. His arms were bigger than the driver's legs. His wrists were too broad for Vidich to wrap his fingers around. He was out of breath and sweating despite the cool air when he heard wheels on the asphalt behind him, and he only just had time to finish rifling the passenger's pockets and transferring the few possessions he found there to his own. The new guys had shown up in a Ford pickup truck, which turned out to be a practical choice. There was no way they'd have been able to manhandle the passenger's unconscious body onto the back seat of a regular car. He was too big, too awkward. They wouldn't have had enough room to maneuver. So the three of them heaved him up onto the load bed and tossed the driver's corpse in next to him. The guy driving the pickup was called Darren Fletcher. He was a couple of inches taller than Vidich, but slimmer and maybe 20 pounds lighter. He slammed the tailgate into place, then turned to Vidich and said, "You saw it happen?" Vidich nodded. "When you called and said it was Gibson's Lincoln, I was hoping you were wrong." "Ever known me to be wrong?" Fletcher grunted and said, "Walk me through it." Vidich shrugged. "Gibson was driving pretty slow, pretty careful. I caught up to him by chance. I was heading back to base. Guess he was, too. He kept going the same speed for maybe a mile, his usual steady Eddie self. Then he must have seen my car. Seen it, but not realized it was mine because all of a sudden he tried to lose me. He hit the gas, but at exactly the wrong time." Vidich nodded at the wrecked vehicle. "As you can see, Exhibit A. Did you flash your lights? Honk your horn? Make it look like you were up for a race?" "No. Why would I? I'm not 16. "So why'd he try to lose you? Or whoever he thought was following him?" Vidich shrugged again. "Paranoia is my guess. There's a lot of it in the air. Started when O'Connell died. Been worse since Bowery disappeared." Fletcher was silent for a moment. Then he said, "The big guy who was riding with Gibson, who's he?" "No idea." "He doesn't have ID?" "Nope." "Any luggage? A backpack at least?" "Just this." Vidich took a pistol from his waistband and handed it to Fletcher. "A Glock 17. The FBI's weapon of choice. Make of that what you will." Fletcher and the other guy had taken off in the Ford and left Vidich to deal with the Lincoln. He had checked the glove box in the trunk for anything containing personal information, then turned his attention to the driver's seat. He had been ready to clean up any blood that had been spilled, but there wasn't any. Gibson's skin must not have been pierced in the accident, or at least not while his heart was still beating. Vidic had smiled. That made his next task easier. He glanced across to the passenger side and noted the position on the door frame where the impact with the big guy's head had left a blood stain. He took a knife from his pocket, made a nick on the pad of his left thumb, and squeezed a few drops of blood onto the frame of the driver's door in a corresponding spot, only around 3 inches lower. He grabbed the steering wheel, the gear shift. He adjusted the rearview mirror, prodded a bunch of climate control and entertainment system buttons. He took a cell phone from his pocket, double-checked that it was the right one, and jammed it down the side of the seat. Then he put his foot on the brake and turned the key. Nothing happened. Some kind of safety system must have shut off the ignition when the vehicle hit the tree, and isolated the fuel supply with any luck, Vidic thought. He used his knife to prise off the cover from the gearshift release, selected neutral, then opened the door and jumped down. He climbed into his own car, fired it up, pulled in behind the Lincoln, and gave it a gentle nudge. It rolled a couple of yards and ground to a halt. Vidic leaned a little harder on the gas. The Lincoln rolled faster. It kept going this time and picked up more speed, enough to help it bust through the safety rail and disappear into the darkness on the other side. Vidic had stopped his car, grabbed a flashlight from the glove box, and hurried to the gap the Lincoln had made in the rail. He could see the vehicle 50 feet below, on its roof, 3 wheels still turning. He had stood and watched. There was no explosion, no sign of fire. He waited 20 minutes, to be sure. Then his remaining cell phone began to ring. The call was from a number he recognized. He hit the answer button and said, "Hey, Paris, what's up?" A woman's voice came on the line. It was low and curt and a little shaky around the edges. She said,
"Bowery's missed another contact, and he's not responding to my emergency message. I've sent it 3 times. I'm now officially worried."
"Worried? Nah, don't be. If you're anything, you should be mad. He stiffed us, is my guess. He probably made the exchange, took the money, and ran."
Why would he do that? It's pocket change next to what we've got coming. He knows what's at stake. The payday we've got lined up? We're talking about a once-in-a-lifetime thing. We can name our price, more or less. He'd be nuts to run now. Unless...
Unless what?
He's figuring that there isn't going to be another payday.
Why wouldn't there be another one?
What if he's grown a conscience, gone to the feds, told them about the report?
He doesn't have a copy.
He doesn't need one. He knows what the report says, and he knows where I got it. If he mentions the subject and the place, every agent in the lower 48 will be kicking our door down before you can blink.
Bowery's ratted us out? Possible, I guess, but unlikely.
I'm not going to sit around calculating odds while the feds could be saddling up right this moment. No, we need to get our show on the road, like yesterday. The only question is how. Have you figured your shit out yet?
Vidic glanced down at the wrecked Lincoln and thought about the 2 men he'd dragged out of it, Gibson and the giant stranger. One dead, one alive. For now, anyway. He raised the phone back to his ear and said, "I have. There's one loose end to tie up, and then we'll be free and clear. Won't take long. Grab what you need from the house, just the essentials, not so much as to be suspicious."
Already done.
Good. And Paris, one other thing. I'm gonna need a little phosphorus. Think you could bring some to the house for me?
I can try. How much do you need?
Enough to burn a body, beyond recognition, including its DNA. Reacher was again woken by a sound, a door opening this time. His eyes were closed, but he could sense light, fairly dim, then much brighter. He heard footsteps approaching. One set. They came close, then stopped. Reacher opened his eyes slowly against the glare. The dizziness had receded a little, but everything looked pale and washed out, like a watercolor made by a beginner who didn't throw enough paint into the mix. A man was standing by Reacher's side. He was wearing jeans and a gray t-shirt, He was slim, like a runner, and maybe 6'4". His fists were clenched, and Reacher thought he looked angry, maybe even scared, but was trying to hide it. The man said, "I'm Darren Fletcher. Who are you?" Reacher ignored him. If they'd searched him, Fletcher would already know his name. And if Fletcher hadn't searched him, he wasn't worth wasting breath on. Reacher concentrated on his surroundings instead. He saw that the restraints on his wrists and ankles were handcuffs, and that he was secured to a rectangular steel table. The floor was covered with white tiles, and the walls were lined with steel shelves. The place was some kind of food storage or preparation area, Reacher figured. Then he turned back to Fletcher because the thought of food was making him feel sick. "This silent act, it isn't helping you," Fletcher said. "You need to understand how serious this situation is. A man is dead. He was my friend. So you need to tell me who you are. You need to explain why you were in his car, and what made him go crazy and smash into a tree." Reacher couldn't remember anything about a car, or a crash, or a dead man, but he figured that wouldn't make for a strong negotiating position, so he said, "Release these cuffs, then I'll tell you." Fletcher shook his head. "Convince me you had nothing to do with my friend's death, then I'll unlock the cuffs." Reacher said nothing. "Not smart. I can make you tell me if you don't start talking." Reacher said, "Can you? Because I can only see one of you." "You don't want to test me, believe me. So be sensible. Convince me." "Then you'll release me." Fletcher nodded. "You have the key?" "Of course." "Show it to me." "No." Fletcher paused for a moment. "Why?" "To demonstrate good faith. Prove you can keep your word." Fletcher sighed and pulled a small silver key out of his pocket. "Satisfied?" "One more thing. Release my left hand." "Talk first." "Here's the problem. My left wrist is broken. I can feel it swelling. It's getting constricted by the cuff. That can be serious. The damage could be done by the time we've talked. I could lose my hand." Fletcher didn't respond, but he didn't put the key away. "Come on. Release one broken limb. What am I going to do with it? My 3 good ones will still be secure, and you have the only key. Release it, and I'll talk. Unless you don't want to know what happened to your friend." Fletcher hesitated for another moment. A broken wrist had been mentioned at the scene of the accident. He remembered that. But he was a cautious man. He switched the key to his left hand, took the Glock that Vittich had given him from his waistband, and stepped forward, gun raised, finger on the trigger. Fletcher said, "Try anything and I'll shoot you with your own gun." Reacher had no idea why Fletcher thought the gun was his, but he had no time to waste on questions. So he just said, "I get the picture." Fletcher kept the gun lined up on Reacher's face. He leaned down, inserted the key into the cuff around Reacher's left wrist, worked the lock. The cuff sprang open. It swung down, empty, and clanged against the table leg. Fletcher straightened up. The gun was still in his right hand. The key was still in his left. Reacher struggled to focus on either. The dizziness was building again, and the images were threatening to split into 2. Reacher willed his vision to stay clear, then whipped up his hand and caught the Glock by its barrel. He forced it up into the side. Then he jammed it back. The move was sharp and vicious, and Reacher kept it going until the gun was horizontal and the muzzle was pointing at Fletcher's chest. Fletcher's finger was trapped by the trigger guard. It was bent backwards, all the way to its limit. Reacher pushed harder. Fletcher's knuckle joint gave way. Cartilage tore. Tendons ripped. Fletcher screamed and let go of the grip. Reacher let the gun fall and dragged his hand across Fletcher's body. He caught Fletcher's left wrist, pulled until Fletcher's hand was above his chest, then started to squeeze. Hard. Fletcher screamed again. Reacher increased the pressure. He could feel bones and ligaments begin to twist and crack. Fletcher screamed louder and dropped the key. The key hit Reacher's chest and bounced straight back up. It was spinning and sparkling and arcing away to the side. Reacher couldn't follow its flight. His vision was too blurred. He pictured it skittling off the shiny surface of the table and rattling down onto the floor tiles, in which case it might as well land in Australia for all the good it would do him. But then he felt something. It was like a butterfly landing on his right bicep. He still couldn't see what it was, but Fletcher stretched for it with his damaged hand. Reacher twitched his arm and felt something hard and cold slide down against his side. Fletcher tried to pull away. He scrabbled at the back of his waistband. A second gun was tucked in there, a Sig Sauer. He got it free, but he couldn't hold on to it. His broken finger wouldn't bend. Reacher heard the gun rattle onto the floor. He let go of Fletcher's hand and grabbed his neck instead. He found his Adam's apple, shifted his thumb down and to the side, did the same with his middle finger, then jammed both into the flesh of Fletcher's neck and pinched them together, crushing his carotid arteries. Fletcher howled and grabbed Reacher's wrist with his good hand. He pulled and heaved and scratched and gouged with his nails, but Reacher just increased the pressure. He held it for 5 seconds. 6. Fletcher kept on struggling. 7 seconds passed, and Fletcher's energy started to fade. 8 seconds, and that was all Fletcher could take. His brain was out of oxygen. He slumped forward. Reacher pulled his arm aside, and Fletcher collapsed face first onto Reacher's chest. Reacher gave himself a moment for his heart rate to subside, hoping the hammering in his head would die down with it. Then he slammed his fist into Fletcher's temple and let his unconscious body slide onto the floor. He retrieved the key from where it was wedged against his side, eased himself into a semi-sitting position, paused to fight a sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, then got to work on the cuff on his right wrist. He moved slowly to avoid jarring the damaged bones. He released his right ankle, his left. Then he swung his legs around to the side and stood uncertainly on the floor. Reacher was wearing his only pair of shoes. He had bought them years earlier in England. They were quality items, expensive, solid and sturdy right out of the box, and the leather had only gotten harder with time and weather and uncompromising use. Now the toe caps were like steel. Reacher turned and kicked Fletcher in the head, partly for a practical reason, to make sure Fletcher wouldn't regain consciousness any time soon, and partly because he was pissed about his wrist, and being dragged to this place against his will, and the whole business with the handcuffs. Reacher searched Fletcher's pockets using just his left hand. He found a wallet, which he took. He figured he would check for ID or credit cards later when he could see better. He retrieved the 2 fallen guns, crept to the doorway, and peered out. It led to a kitchen. It was large and was kitted out with all kinds of appliances and machines Reacher didn't recognize. He was no expert, but he figured it was the kind of place that would belong to a big private house rather than a restaurant or a hotel. Either way, there were no people around, which was what mattered. Reacher could see another door in the corner, diagonally opposite. He started toward it, made it halfway across the space, then the door opened. Reacher had the Glock in his left hand. He raised it. A man stepped into the room. He was heavy and stooped, and he had a strange angular head. The man said, "Reacher? No need for the gun. I'm here to help." Reacher didn't lower the gun. He said, "Who are you?" The man said, "A friend. I saved you from the car wreck." "How do you know my name?" "I found your things, kept them safe, so the others wouldn't get them." "Kept them safe or tried to steal them?" "No need for accusations. I have your things right here." The guy gestured to his pocket. "Want them back?" Reacher nodded. "Do nothing stupid." The guy pulled out Reacher's expired passport, his ATM card, some banknotes, and a folding toothbrush. "You're a light traveler, huh?" Reacher said, "Put them on the floor, then step back." "No time," the guy said. "We've got to hurry. The man in the car with you who died, you remember him? No, Reacher said. Well, that's awkward, because he was an FBI agent. Now he's dead, all hell's gonna break loose. There'll be cops swarming everywhere, hordes of agents too, just as soon as they can get here. Every last one of them looking for somebody to carry the can for their buddy's death. And if you can't account for yourself, that someone is gonna be you. There's no doubt about it. That's how those guys work. Trust me. I know.
We hope you've enjoyed this Penguin audio production of Safe Enough and Other Stories by Lee Child, read by Richard Armitage. The post-production was by Jack Beattie.